Sorry guys, just getting the music going. Okay, so it's been a while since I've obviously done a live video, a really long time actually, but I can now do lives from anywhere, so we're just doing it inside the new studio. And we're working on a new toy that I posted to Instagram today. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad, huh? Let me figure out a solution for this. Yeah, what's up, man? Working on a little planchette toy that I posted today on Instagram. Have the form made. I haven't done a live video in a long time. Just setting up, trying to figure out what's going to work best. I got to do a lot of sanding, so the rig I have is going to shake. I'm just setting up the tripod now to see if it's a little bit easier for you guys to see. Figured I'd go live because people ask me a lot of questions about this stuff, so you guys can check it out. All right. This will probably shake a lot less. All right. Get this other one out of the way. Okay. I'll try to check the chat periodically as I'm working. So if you guys have questions, just feel free to ask them. There's like no music or anything like that. It's going to be a pretty basic stream. I'm not using Streamlabs. I'm just streaming from my phone right now. And basically what I'm doing now is I'm waiting for all the filler that I added into all the dents on the surface of this thing to harden a little bit. Sand those flat and just kind of keep going along and sanding this smooth until it's perfect. I got to hit it with primer. Once I hit it with primer, then I'll let it cure for 15 minutes. I'll grab some silicone, make a quick little mold. And I have two different forms here, so I made two different versions. So two different ones here. I will wet sand stuff usually, but I'm trying to take off more material. So I have like a wet sanding bucket here, and that's usually when I'm gonna do stuff that's a little bit more like fine-tuned and polished. But for this, I just gotta get the form basic and ready. This one was wet sanded before, but added more filler in this one, and the oval got messed up a little bit on one side, so I filled that in. It looks a little off on this side, but on this side it's fine. So I gotta go and fix that and like do all that. But yeah, just gonna sand this down. I did just buy a like actual like sanding bench that should be here next week, so I'll have an actual like electric one to do more like intense sanding and grinding work on this sort of stuff. I sculpt everything like a modeler. That's just how I learned, using styrene plastic and super glue and epoxy sculpt. And I'll still sculpt with clay and everything, but I just still like the model making method. All right, so it's looking pretty good. I'm basically just trying to get this as flat as possible, and I'm going to use like a super nice thin sheet of styrene plastic like this. And I'm going to probably glue it down and give it like a nicer finish. And I ran out of proper super glue last night when I was doing this, or the day before when I was doing this. So all these little lines are actually individual pieces of styrene that I had to cut and form and fuse together. And and all that. So it's definitely, it was a lot of work to make this one, but it's really strong, and that's why I went with that method. So it's really durable. Like I can't crush it. And if I have to do some casting with a vacuum, most likely this isn't going to cave in. All right, so then I'll usually go over the piece real quick and just see if there's any high spots I can feel. Still a couple of them. They're not terrible. When I hit this primer, it'll be a lot easier to see. So you just kind of go over the whole surface of the sculpt and you kind of just check for imperfections like that. Not too bad. A little one down here, like in this little area, there's a hard spot. Here, there's still like a pretty big indentation. Right there, right here. So I grew up working on cars with my dad, and I learned a lot of these kind of like sanding methods are really similar to how you like how you would actually like repair a car, like scratches and dents and doing body work on vehicles. And all this stuff is why I probably sculpt like this, more like a modeler versus like a traditional sculptor with clay, where you add material and then you pull it away like you're adding Bondo to a car. So there's a little bit of an issue with some indentations on this. But when I put those fresh sheets on, it shouldn't be a problem. If I do add those sheets, there will be like a slightly thicker design on what I want. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do that just yet. I might just try to get by with filler and sanding it smooth. I just use the Tamiya putty. It's essentially just Bondo in a tube. So you guys have seen it before in other videos. If you've watched any of my other stuff, I use this stuff all the time. All right. And I'm using like 180 grit paper to knock this thing down. I'll probably switch to 320 or 400 after I get most of this knocked down. 220 would probably be fine too, but it's just easier for me to do it like this. And just kind of use this marker because it's the right circumference around. And using that to properly sand the inside here. And I'm not putting downward pressure. I'm just using the sandpaper. I'm letting the sandpaper do all the work. I'm not trying to change the angle of anything. I'm just trying to make it nice and round. If I had like a spindle sander or something, that would be a lot easier for this, but I do not. And I probably won't anytime soon. So this is just working and finding things that fit on the fly. If I was really to plan this out, I'd probably plan for with the tools that I have and the things I know I can create, but sometimes you just gotta improvise. So there's a little bit of epoxy sculpt in here that didn't lay perfectly flat, so that's another good spot to put the Bondo. I'm gonna grab a silicone tool for that. Okay, silicone tools. All right, so I've used this one before for epoxy sculpts. I'm also gonna throw an apron on because I'm making a lot of dust. Yeah, I'm gonna have a video coming out probably in the next couple of days about the new studio space and moving and starting the tattoo apprenticeship and all that. Kind of giving an update. But I'm working in the studio tonight, and I figured I would just go live so you guys can kind of see what's going on. And whoever's watching, thank you. I appreciate it. I want to get back to doing live streams like before when we had a lot of people showing up, at least like 10 or 15 people. But I know I haven't done it in a while, and this is just sort of like on the fly. All right. That will work nicely for that one. Got the silicone tool here. Get all the dust out that you can. I usually use this in like a little bit of water, very small amount, and I'll just like wipe it out, all the dust, like that, and then I'll dry it off, make sure there's no water left over inside, and that's pretty good. So now I can kind of see all the little imperfections, and I'm trying to feel for any little spot that's got a nick in it, or like a dent or something that's not flat. And that's what I want to fill with the putty. So I'm going to use a small amount. I'm going to put it like on a piece of scrap plastic so I can use it like a palette, and just grab a little bit like that. I'm just going to work it into those grooves and those spots. I can't tell like what's on camera too because I can't see the screen, so I'll check periodically to make sure I'm not off camera, but that might happen a few times. This stuff also dries really quickly, so it's as soon as you spread it thin, it's pretty much dry. But I will say it's probably one of my favorite tools that I've discovered in recent years. It's literally like a very thin, light Bondo type material, and it fills everything super well. I almost don't need to go back to some areas. I mean, it's always good to get things as clean as possible the first go around with sculpting, but sometimes you just can't, and you're gonna get like weird dents and stuff. And it does kind of stick to the silicone. So I have a work apron. I just like rub it off on there once it starts to dry on there. And then I'll just go over the surface again to make sure there's no dents or imperfections. These could be probably smoothed out a little bit more. This contour is pretty good. Another rough spot here that can be sanded. Yeah, same thing here. Another flat spot. This method is definitely super tedious. If you're not like a patient person, this might not be the best bet. I could do this in 3D software a lot faster, but it's, you know, getting time to do that and relearn all those programs is a bit much. All right, this looks pretty good. Surface isn't terrible, so that one's ready to probably be sanded super smooth. Here we got some other little blemishes. I'm just gonna flatten those out, dab some material on directly, and just spread it as thin as I can, but trying not to go too thin to where I don't actually remove the blemish. So I just kind of brushed off just like that. Just do all the scraps, deep scratches or anything like that. That's another like good candidate for trying to fill. They're pretty intense sometimes, so just gotta kind of see what's gonna work best for each situation and go from there. Like that one's not terrible. It's okay to even cover these things. I know some people will actually take a ton of this stuff and they'll just do an entire coat over the entire piece and then try to resand it flat. I don't have a lot of this, and it's really hard to find for me now living in New Hampshire. There's like no art supply stores here, so finding even super glue is kind of a challenge right now. Kind of sucks. All right, so that one. So we're gonna let this dry for a bit. We're gonna move on to one of the next ones. So this is the old one, and it's looking pretty good. It's definitely much more polished than this one is right now. So I'm gonna grab some finer sandpaper, and we're gonna sand this one down. This is like a 220 grit sanding pad. I like to use these because I don't have to put any pressure down. I just let the sandpaper do the work. This one has more hollow voids in it than this one does. And I also use mainly resin to build this with a mold of like an actual like planchette mold. But this is how the old ones were shaped. I really liked the thinner version for my character, so that's why I'm remaking this. Yeah, so it's starting to feel almost like glass. That's what you want. And to really help with that process, if you get the part wet or you use like the wet sanding method, it keeps the dust down, one, which is like a huge thing, but also helps prevent any like big pieces really scratching into it too deep. You gotta see like all that stuff built up on there, and then you just rinse it off. Like that. You got like a nice clean part. This is actually primer from before, so you can actually see that's kind of a high spot. So I use a etching primer and a fill primer. And what that does is it lets me know where there's big scratches and grooves that need to be sanded out. So there's a big scratch here, and then towards the bottom here, there's another little tiny scratch. Here's pretty good. The biggest one is right here. I can feel it. So I'm going to keep sanding until I can't feel it anymore. Now you can work your way up through the grits. For doing a basic model, just to get the form right for casting, I usually only go up to like 600 grit at most. You can sand all the way up to polishing grits, which go from like 1,000 and up, all the way to like 3,000 grit. But for my purposes, I don't need that. I'm only making the body forms right now, and when I go to actually make finalized pieces, that's when I'll use that kind of sandpaper. So if I need to make like a clear version, then I need to make a polished body and remold it so it looks clear, or sand it with 2,000 grit sandpaper. All right, so I don't feel that anymore. That's pretty good. Over here doesn't seem too bad. This side definitely needs to be sanded. There's a lot more scratches and grooves in it, but with that wet, then inside here I gotta sand. So I'm just gonna bring the bucket over. Okay. And we're not in a painting stage, so it's okay if the water is kind of dirty and has like a lot of stuff in it. It'll sink to the bottom, and you could just keep using the same bit of water. It's not looking bad. Getting through the first couple coats of primer. Then I gotta do these edges here, which are pretty bad. All right, not terrible. Just washed off really quick. Just dab it dry. Sometimes these cloths can get little sharp bits in there. So want to just be careful to not accidentally scratch the surface you just sanded with some old epoxy sculpt or something. All right, I'm just gonna feel over it. Looks pretty good. For my purposes, it's very smooth. And now I'm gonna sand these edges. And I just use the sanding sponge because it's curved. And I can curve it and it will go around and hug the piece a little bit better. There's going to be a slight bevel on this piece anyway when I go to mold it, so I'm not worried about creating one of those. these grooves and stuff. If you need something that's a little bit more of like a solid shape, you can use regular sandpaper around a sanding block. And you can use round sanding blocks like pipes and tubes and whatever, like chunks of wood or actual sanding blocks like they use for like auto body work for bigger areas. So I'm just gonna go over this real quick, lightly, rinse it off. I'm just gonna go around the entire thing, make sure I didn't miss anything. Right down there can be hit again. All right, so this main area where there's some more filler, we're gonna just keep sanding that. I'm gonna rinse this sanding pad off too in the water. Yeah, if you guys could give this video a like, it definitely helps me out a lot. I know I haven't posted any live videos or done any live streams in a while, but things have been crazy. Like I just had like a really good design job that I just got laid off from this past week, which kind of sucks. And I just like I've been kind of feeling like shit, to be honest about it. But there's no point working for a company that can't afford to pay you, so that's okay. All right, give that a final wash. And we're just gonna dab this clean. Let this dry off, and then I'm gonna hit it with some primer. Actually, you know what? I have the inside here, which is still kind of rough. Let me hit that really quick. You can still like wet sand and do this, but it's a little bit harder with like a wet sanding sponge. So you just like want to roll something tightly, and you usually want to put something firm in the center when you do this because it might not actually work that well. Yeah, this is gonna be like too thick for that, so we will use this guy like that. We'll get it wet. So a slightly thicker, harsher grit, but I knocked down a lot of material in here, so. Yeah, what have you guys been up to? I feel like I haven't done a stream in a long time. You guys used to be telling me about all the stuff you're doing, and I definitely like would love to know what you've been up to. All right, so you can see some of the blue. That's actually the resin from that old molded part. I think the one that I actually sculpted and modeled traditionally was pretty good. Working in construction, hey man, sometimes it's good money, man. Construction can pay the bills, but it's definitely labor intensive. Are you having fun with it at least, or does it suck? Sometimes it's fun. I know, and other times it really sucks. Yeah, man, that's the mentality to have. It's a job for now, not a job forever. All right, so just got a piece of 320. This is actually what you'd want to do more like wet sanding with, is like a finer sandpaper like this. If you really got to polish something, but just need to get it to fit kind of in here, so it's not as difficult to fold and roll into shapes because it's not as it's like not as stiff as harsher sandpaper will be. But it does not take off as nearly as much material. Sorry, it's hard to do this and talk at the same time. I'm trying to like peek over and look at the camera. All right, so I don't know if you guys can see in there, but that's kind of what you want to do with all like the Bondo and everything else. If you guys haven't seen what this character looks like, it's on my Instagram story right now, and the Instagram is the same thing as my YouTube, just at Wolfbits. I have it posted on my story, so you should be able to see it, but that's what I'm making right now. It's like a little planchette character. And I'm not using like Streamlabs or anything, so I can't kind of just pop images in and out. I worked on this the other night all night, so I'm already like in a good spot with these. And I made this one like weeks ago. But last night, or I think the day before, I made this one. And this one's actually looking really nice. Did this one completely from scratch. But just gonna sand this one. We're gonna wet sand this one now because this has been drying definitely long enough. That's why I love this stuff. It dries super fast. So I'm just gonna get the toy wet, put it back on this sanding pad right here, and just let the paper do the work. Hey man, thanks for the follow on Instagram. I appreciate that. If you can, definitely make sure to like the video. It helps me out a ton. So yeah, we're already like almost a half hour in, and I'm pretty much just sanding. So if it's why it's so hard for me to make videos on this, because of how long it takes to do one step, and planning like artistic shots and filming things in an appealing way, and you know, being fucking Mr. Rogers with all the energy is so hard to do, and this at the same time efficiently. But I'm trying to get better about it, because I do really appreciate everybody's support, and you know, just like the positive feedback's awesome. So this actually isn't clay. This is actually plastic. I'm using styrene plastic. You can get it from this company called Plastruct. It's like a material that they use for doing scale models and architectural models. As far as clays go, when I am using clay, I'll use occasionally the Aves Epoxy Sculpt, which is this stuff here. It's a 2-part epoxy. It hardens in about 4 hours to like a super solid rock shape. So I'll use that for certain areas to fill in and sculpt. And then I'll use the Tamiya putty is what I'm sanding off right now, which like sands out all the dents. There's links in my other videos. If you want to go use those links, they're like affiliate links and they help me out. So if you want to buy anything off of Amazon for the products that I use, you can actually find all that stuff on links in some of my other toy videos. And that helps me out a ton as well. It doesn't cost you anything extra, but everyone I know that does YouTube tells me I got to tell people that more, and I always forget. All right, this feels pretty good. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. There's still definitely some high spots that I can feel that are a little bit hard to hit. So I'm going to move to a flat piece of sandpaper, a flat piece of 300. Going to get it wet in some water. And sorry if I'm missing comments. I had to keep peeking over to my phone to see everything. I don't have like another screen to look at comments. So I will try to answer all those at the end if I can't. Or if like you're, you know, really want to make sure I answer your comments, you can just message me on Instagram. I try to answer all my messages there and all my comments here. Okay. So this is doing a pretty good job, but it's definitely making more micro grooves than I want. That'll happen. So that's why, again, I really like these softer sanding sponges. They're not super firm and dangerous to your sculpt, but I'll have to put a little bit more pressure in. I'm still feeling some high spots. Yeah, this is a high spot here. There's a big low dip here. It's not really that big a deal. If I were to cast this now or like use this as the master form primer, this would be fine, but I'm super picky when it comes to my toys. Every detail is super important to me, so I really try to make sure they're the best they can be for that manufacturing style. And every once in a while, I'll get a fresh bucket of water if stuff starts to build up too much. And just constantly going back and forth and checking. Just keep checking. So yeah, this center part is not sanding down. So the edges feel smooth, but the center is dipped in too low still. And that can happen with working with styroplastic. So I gotta fill this with a lot of that Tamiya putty. Is basically that's my option on this side. This other side here too, not terrible. I'm just gonna sand this next, and we'll wash this off, and then fill it again with more Tamiya putty, but a bunch of it. And I'll grab a bigger tool for that, just to make it flat and even, or as flat and even as I can. Let that harden, sand it again, and then we'll probably have that filled in, and we'll be ready for primer. Okay. A little bit more pressure on that this time, just to kind of speed this up. All right, that feels great. And see that crack or that scratch right there, like on the corner? That's actually filled in with putty. And now it's perfectly smooth. I can't even tell that it's there. That's the benefit of this stuff. Here's still a couple areas. There's holes from the construction process. Those little dots are actually holes I use to line these up properly. Hey, what's up, man? How are you? Thanks for watching the video. Like joining the video. No, it's been a while. I'm trying to keep up with the comments and stuff, so if I miss your comment, I'm sorry. I gotta keep peeking over at the screen. Yeah, if you guys can, don't forget to like the video. It definitely helps the channel out a ton. We're super close to hitting 2,000 subs on the channel. I'm stoked. I kind of gave up on monetizing the channel with the watch time. So I'm making enough content, but hopefully soon, more stuff coming. All right, this feels pretty good. Still some high spots. So these are kind of puckered in a little bit. And I could go direct with the 300 or the 320. Let's do 40, yeah, 320. I can go direct on the surface. Oh yeah, man, sanding is hell. That's what, that's where I'm at right now too. Sanding hell for sure. So one of the drawbacks of sanding like this, if you have an area that's low, your fingers and stuff will actually push into the groove areas because they're soft. Versus like the flat area, when you're sanding against a flat surface, it's only going to hit the areas that are flat and level, and it will miss the areas that are rough. So both of these sides have kind of like a little bit of an indentation. That happens every once in a while. Also good to clean up your area. A lot of water can build up. Not bad. All right. So I'm feeling this now. I'm still getting some pretty rough spots that the sandpaper's not really hitting and the sanding sponge isn't hitting, so I gotta fix those. If you guys want to see what the character looks like, I posted it on my Instagram for people who are just joining the stream now. It's in my stories. You can check it out there. If you're not following me on Instagram, if you like what I'm making, you can definitely go do that. And also subscribe to the channel if you're new. If you're an old subscriber, sorry I've been away so long. Welcome back. I'm just trying to form this down a little bit more too. There's a couple areas that have some hard edges that aren't really round. Just want to make sure that those are good. Feeling the shape. Still a little bit over on this edge here. So I'm going to switch to a harsher sandpaper. This is 180, I think. So it's a little bit stiffer and sharper, so I'm just going to use that to pull out more material to make the shape what I want it to be. All right. When you use the rough sandpaper, it's hard to tell about the form now because there's a lot of scratches, but I don't feel the same sort of indentation I was feeling before. So just gonna do that on both sides. This one I can feel a little bit too. Then we'll go back to polishing grades. Yeah, I'm also about to hit 10,000 on TikTok, so which is super weird. Super weird to say, but that's like my most successful platform now. Before priming, I usually go up to 320 at most. It just depends on what it's going to be. Like if I use like a 220 grit, that's pretty good as well before priming because I use an etch primer that I'm going to sand up to like, pretty much up to 600 or 1,000 depending if it's going to be clear cast or not. If it's just going to be like cast with white resin and airbrushed and primed again, I don't bother because there's no point. It's going to get all that surface texture back. But if I plan to do a clear part, I want to make those as smooth as possible and send them all the way up to like a, polishing grit, which is like, you can go as crazy as you want. You can go up to like 4,000 or like the crazy like 8,000 buff pads if you're going to do something that's going to be crystal clear. I got most of that sanded, so I'm going to switch up now. We're going to go to a slightly softer paper and just knock this stuff down by hand really quick, and then we'll go back to the sanding sponge. It's just like a lot of back and forth when you make a form like this and you model like traditionally with plastic components and like epoxy clays and shit like that. It just takes a little bit longer. But the end result, if you take the time to do it correctly, you get some really amazing stuff. I want to do a video that's going to do stuff with all three sculpting methods using like, traditional clay, the modeling method, the 3D modeling method, and then like the the bootleg scratch build method, which is similar to modeling, but you use more like pre-existing components and found parts versus using like styrene to make your own parts and components. And I'm going to probably show you guys some other tricks and stuff in like actual videos that I have planned coming out. More like how to make symmetrical parts and things like that if you're not the most confident with sculpting, which I'm not when it comes to making symmetrical parts. But I'm going to show you some tricks to where you can make a very symmetrical looking part once, cast it, a couple times and then use those components to make the opposite side pretty easily. And for the legs, I'm not sure how I'm going to sculpt those. I actually might have to go to a hardware store tomorrow. I want to see what I have around in the studio space to see if I can make something that looks consistent enough. I was actually thinking about cleaning this clear acrylic rod off and casting this in some silicone. Just a certain way, like a couple ways down, cast 2 of them, and then use those to sculpt on and then build the legs for this guy. But, you know, anything you can do to kind of make your life a little bit easier when it comes to sculpting or modeling, you want to do that. No reason to reinvent the wheel. If you have a part that fits what you're doing, use that part. It'll also save you money. You don't have to buy anything new if you only use the stuff that you have laying around. That's kind of why I like the modeling and scratch build method. I don't have to change anything and buy extra stuff. I can just use what I have. So this even has not even had primer yet. So I need to clean this off pretty good before I prime it and dry it before I prime it. But everything's looking pretty good. Even the stuff that's kind of low feels pretty good. I think the etch primer could fill it. But I could be wrong about that. Yeah, I can kind of see it when it's wet. You can occasionally see like a bit of a reflection on there. Might be hard on my phone camera, but like if I turn it, sometimes you can see like where the dip is, where the water's pooling up on the part. And that's like a good indicator that you need to fill that in. And etch primer would take like I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 coats or more, and then sanding in between each one to do it. So not doing that today. No time. And Maïs might pop in. He's downstairs drawing in the tattoo shop right now. So the new art studio is right above the tattoo shop. But he might poke his head in. All right, and I'm just using this marker that perfectly fits the circumference of this hole, which was not planned. If you're gonna do something with a hole in it, make sure you have something that you can use as a tool to sand inside there easily. I did not plan for this, but this just happened to fit perfectly, and I had it kicking around in the studio. I thought I was going to actually need to go to a hardware store and buy a piece of PVC pipe that was this exact circumference that I just drew and thought, like, this will work. All right. So you can see all the Tamiya putty on there. Just going to dip this in some water, clean it off a little bit. I just keep kind of turning it and working it around to get it perfect. You could try to do like back and forth motions, but it gets stuck more, and I feel like it's tearing out more material. Yeah, I'll probably do a 2-part mold for this one. I'm going to do a slightly different process though. So I'm going to actually have this pressed down flat on one side and pour the mold around it with a bunch of things on a plate. So I'll probably glue it down temporarily or use some double tack and put the piece down onto like a piece of styrene, like this like sheet here, like a thicker one. So I'll grab like a thick piece of styrene. I don't have any squares cut. Like this. And then I'll place it down. I'll put a bunch of bolts and everything, and then put like a clay wall around it or something, or even use styrene sheets around it to reduce the amount of silicone I'm using. And then I'll let that cure. I'll flip it over, and it'll be perfectly flat. And all the little pieces that were glued to the board will actually allow me to make like a peelable mold. So if I want to, I can use the 2-part method, or I can just pour it without one if I want to do different levels and heights and thicknesses of this character. and then I'll just go in and sand it and all that. Still kind of experimenting. I like the drawing, and everyone seemed to really like it on Instagram today. So got a bunch of messages about it, and people were excited to see it. I wanted to have this thing done for October, but I'm spooky year rounds, so it doesn't matter to me. It's not out during October. All right, so this paper towel is basically cooked. Grab a fresh one. I'm just gonna pat down everything real quick and just make sure all the grime and whatnot's washed off, and we'll do a final inspection. So I can really see those dents in there now. There's like a little pit here and another one here, very small on this side. Not bad. I'll check the inside of here just carefully. Looks pretty good. Check the outside. That's looking pretty good. I'm gonna just file some stuff down on this edge, kind of give it a slightly more rounded lip. So there's a little burr here on the edge. Sometimes you just miss small things. It's good to just go back over your figure periodically and just check. I'm also out of like proper super glue, so I can't like zap gaps right now, which really sucks. I had to buy super glue, and every time I have to rebuy super glue once I run out, I always forget how expensive super glue can be when you buy a lot of it. So I think I just spent like 50 or 60 bucks on super glues and like zip kicker and all that crap just to keep doing this. But all the gray here that you're seeing, like in the toy, all the stuff on the edge, that's all the Tamiya putty that filled in cracks, and then I sanded perfectly flush, and now it looks like there's nothing there, or it feels like there's nothing there. When I spray it with primer, you won't even see any of these anymore. So if you take your time when you do your initial model, it does pay off. It's worth doing. Highly recommend everyone try doing this process once just to kind of know how it works and see what you like better. 3D modeling will always be faster and more efficient for really simple characters like this if you know what you're doing and have access to software. But if you don't and you enjoy the process of sculpting by hand, I definitely recommend learning like the modeling method. I think it's just super fun. But I'm gonna grab another tool real quick. We're gonna get some putty on this on both sides, let that dry, and then we'll go back to the other body and see how that one's doing. Just like a lot of back and forth when you do toy stuff. So it's good to have multiple projects going on at the same time. So when you need things to dry or like cast to cure and all that crap, you have other things to work on. So you're using the most of your time the most efficiently. Oh, here's the foam version too. So I made one out of like a floral foam and coated in glue, but I just couldn't get it exactly what I wanted quick enough, and it's super messy with this process, but it is fun. Okay. So we got a Bondo card. This is like a pretty big tool. This is actually like a real Bondo card for like car parts, and you'd use for filling really big areas on a car. But basically, it's a nice flat, clean edge. And another test you can do on your parts is you can lay something flat like this along it, and you can run it, and you can see where the gaps are. It's really small, but you can see it. Yeah, there's a huge one there. So see all like that shadow? That's where the gap is. We got to get rid of that. So I'm going to have to use a lot of Tamiya putty for this, which I'm kind of bummed about because I don't want to do that, but I'm going to fill this area in like this, really heavy. You could tape off like a hole if you have it, but most people aren't going to build a toy with a hole in the center. And just take your Bondo card and you literally just run it across, just like that. If you guys have ever scoop coated like with a squeegee for screen printing, it's literally that same process. I'm going to do it the same thing on this side with all the extra. Just go all the way up and just fill it the best I can. So see all the textured lines and stuff in there? That's fine. That's going to sand out super easy compared to just the plastic. And you can go over it a couple times if you're not happy. But the main thing is to make sure you keep it as flat as you can. You don't want to accidentally pull up material and then just have a huge air pocket underneath. So just nice and gentle all the way. Boom. All right, so that's going to dry. It's going to take a little bit longer because it's a heavier amount. We're going to check this one too. This one's pretty good. There's still some high spots, so use this stuff up. Same process, just run it on there. Boom, get it on. There's a lot of high spots on this one, actually. You can kind of really see them, so that's a good thing I checked. Wow. And just kind of go over your piece, and anywhere that there's like a low spot, this will go in pretty good if you have enough of it. I don't want to use more of it, so we're just going to stop right there. Let that dry. And then I always clean these off. Just use like my work apron and just pull it off. Just trying to make sure I don't damage the bottom of the blade that much. All right. So it's going to take a couple minutes to dry. I guess I could show you some other projects I'm working on. So I'm working on like a poison apple version of my toy. So this is Monster Clay on top of here. It's a wax-based clay that you can heat up and melt and do all sorts of crazy stuff with. I actually made a TikTok video about this the other day, but you can actually cast parts with your Monster Clay. So these are parts that I casted out of Monster Clay with some molds. So like a silicone mold. I got these like vampire teeth molds, and this is actually wax clay, and I can actually use these and melt them together and do all sorts of crazy stuff, but I can now batch out parts and components a little bit more efficiently, like the modeling method, but with clay. I haven't really seen anyone do a video on anything like that. I'm sure other people have like discovered and done that before, but I'll definitely make a video on it for you guys just to show you how it turns out. All right, so this is gonna take quite some time to dry. So the skin is dry, but underneath it's not dry, so that's why my fingerprints are showing up. So that's going to take quite some time. This one still looks wet, so I'm going to grab a heat gun real quick and just blast it with a little bit of heat. You don't want to do too much or this stuff won't like dry correctly. It's also flammable, so you got to be careful. It's got a lot of volatile stuff in there. Gotta just double check the instructions if I can. And it's all in Japanese. No English at all. All right. Well, let that sit for a few more minutes. I guess I can answer questions right now if you have any. So if you have questions, now's the time to ask them. I'm also just going to check real quick. All right, we're good. I'll check the comments here. If it'll let me. All right. It's not letting me do that, but... Oh, here's something I can show you guys. So with the epoxy sculpt, because it's a two-part like mixture thing, you usually end up with more than you need. Most people mix more than they need. At least I do. And one of the things that you can do with it is you can also push all the clay. Sorry, you can push all the clay like into a form or a mold. So I actually use these old ink caps I have, which got a bunch of dust and contaminated, so I can't really use them for anything else or like anything tattoo related. So take the ink cap and I just push in all the epoxy sculpt inside of it and just push it all in there and let it harden. And then when you pull it out, you have these little peg parts that you can use. but you want to do it with like a hard plastic, like an HDPE plastic, so it doesn't stick. But then you have these parts that are like this, which are super useful. So I can sand this down more, take my file, and use this peg as like a fitting for another toy or as a tool. I make a lot of tools out of epoxy sculpt with my scraps, so doing texture tools and stuff like that are really nice. I have a few kicking around, but if you have soft clays or Sculpey or anything like that, you can use the hardened clay to make impressions, which is a super useful tool and technique. If you want to make skin texture or rice textures or whatever, you can literally make a mold that works like a stamp. And I'm just using my file here to knock down some of these flashing bits. Yeah, if anyone's just joining the stream, make sure to like the video if you can. It does help me out a ton. It helps with the channel a lot. And if you want to see the character that I'm working on, if you're just joining it, you can actually check it out on my Instagram at Wolfbits. I posted in my story so you can see what character I'm actually working on and making today. We're going to do as much as we can tonight on this process, but it does take some time. All right, so we got most of the edges knocked off on there. It's pretty good. Definitely like how it fits. I think we could do some other stuff with it. I'm just using an X-Acto knife, and I'm barely putting any pressure. I'm actually not even putting pressure. I'm just scraping the edge. Don't recommend doing this if you don't know what you're doing. You want to use like a metal thimble or and stuff like that, that's fine. Just be safe whenever you're doing this stuff. I think my ace is about to visit. Yep. What up, buddy?
Hey.
I'm live right now if you want to say hi.
Hello.
That's my ace. How you feeling? So my ace is working on some toy stuff too that's cooler than anything I've ever made. I don't know if he wants to show it off, but we can. You'll see some of that stuff from him soon.
You want to show it up?
Yeah, you can show if you want. So he's working on some novelty bootleg Godzilla toys that are amazing. If you didn't see his Cosmic Brownie toy that he just released, go check it out. He's got a couple of those left. They're super rad.
They show different color here. Did you see it? Look the color here.
Yeah.
Look the color in the screen.
Oh yeah, it's because it's the phone, man. That's what they do.
I don't know if I like more the one that I did or this one.
I like that one more. So you guys are seeing the color it will be, but what we're seeing looks different. All right, so that's one part and component. And if I wanted to make like an arm or something or like a head, I could add it to this piece here and then actually stick it into like the model and make a joint. And so you could do like a little component that's really easy to work with. You can sand it flat, you can sand it to the height and length that you want, and then you can cast them as well. So you can make a mold, really simple dump mold, and cast all the parts that way. All right, that's that. Sanded it flat, looks pretty good. You can go around and sand this as much as you want and get it like super detailed and all that, but this is fine for now. I'm just gonna grab some water. These are probably pretty close to being ready. This one, not quite yet. It's probably gonna take a little bit of time. Usually this stuff can take up to an hour, but we're gonna be fine. I don't need it to be like a super strong bond, just enough to fill the gap. Should have more water.
I don't know what I want to do.
You better do that. You open that. I'm excited now.
What, that one I'm taking out what? You think I'm gonna leave right now? They're gonna take one?
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, we're past the 1 hour mark. All right, this one's ready to sand. Yeah, this one looks fun. All right. Wet in the part. We're gonna start again with a sanding sponge. There's big pieces of plastic and epoxy sculpt on here, so we're gonna rinse it off in the water. All right, here we go. And we're just gonna sand it like we did before, but this time the areas that are like dipped in, they're gonna hopefully level out. And again, I'm just letting the paper do the work. I'm not even putting pressure. I'm literally just dragging it across the top of the surface. Okay, rinse that off. So you can kind of see where the putty's left. Those are all the areas that were like dips and everything inside. So we're gonna switch back to the 320 on a rigid flat surface and really try to get some work in on this thing. Anyone just joining on the video too, if you could definitely give the video a like, it helps out the channel a ton. I know I sound like a broken record, but it really does help. I know a lot of people are popping in and out. This video is like a super long process, so I don't mind if you pop in and out. So the reason I was starting with a 320 is because the other parts of the actual model themselves are pretty solid. And I don't want to end up affecting the finish of them. I don't want to accidentally make a section scratched up and destroyed and dented if I don't need to. And the 320 is not going to do nearly as much damage to like the rigid parts that are already kind of perfect. It's only going to really affect the Tamiya putty because it's much softer than the plastic. Okay. So we're going to check this out. And now we have a perfectly flat section. There's no dents or pivots. It's all filled in with a Tamiya putty. It's probably a little hard to see on the camera, but that's all filled in. I'll just go and do some touch-up work on the edges. On this outside area, there's some putty. So we'll just sand that very lightly, like this. So that's not bad. And use a sanding sponge on this because it's curved. And this piece has a support that broke off on the inside, so it's super annoying to work with. All right, that looks pretty good. The outside edges are nice and smooth. No imperfections there. All right, now we're gonna do the other side with the bigger indentations and dents. I'm gonna wet this, and then we're just gonna clean the paper up by dipping in some water. And wiping out the old heavy bits of plastic. All right, re-wet the toy. I'm just keeping flat, even pressure on this entire thing. So just trying to keep it super smooth. And I'm already seeing like where it's taking down heavy material where it doesn't need to be. So that's nice. And I'm barely using any force, just like letting the paper do the work. All right, not bad. So you can see like right there, that's literally like where the pit was. It's filled in. Seems pretty good. We're just gonna go a little bit further, and then we gotta re-round this edge a little bit because we've sanded it so much that I've created a sharp edge. And personally, I just don't want this character to have sharp edges. So this is the alternate body. This is the second one. I might do that's a little bit wider. I sculpted this one first. This is the new body that I drew. I like this shape personally a bit more than this one. Wrong side. Okay, just double checking over the form. Looks pretty good. It'll probably take some time to get used to going over your piece and feeling for bumps and scratches and indentations, but over time it gets a little bit easier. You just want to be light and barely put any pressure and just slowly go over your piece, and you'll be able to feel an imperfection. Like here, I can see where the indentation is, so I'm going to sand it some more. Okay, not bad. So in here is pretty good now. There's no weird major dents. It'll all fill in. All right. That's where we want it. I'm going to go rinse this off with fresh water really quick. I'm gonna let this dry over here. While that's setting up, I'm gonna actually make a quick little mold. So I'm gonna use a pretty fast working silicone for this. There it is. Okay. So I'm gonna make some quick parts with this stuff here. I'm gonna mold a really small batch of components for the legs. So I think the circumference of this part I already have kicking around is perfect for the legs. Good size. Looks pretty close to the drawing. Not bad. So I'm probably gonna make a little mold of these parts. I'm gonna double check the drawing real quick on my iPad and just make sure it's exactly what I want to do. Okay. Just pulling up the character really quick so you guys can see it. This is the toy I'm working on. So I have this set to scale already with my artboard. So this is the actual size the figure will be when it's done. You can see if I hold this up, it fits it perfectly. Sorry, you can see that they line up. Exact size. And now we just need to check the legs. I also gotta make a space to put my iPad. Scratch model building is super messy. All right. So, have the piece here. We're gonna check the component. I was just talking about to see if the thickness is about right. It's, yeah, man, it looks about perfect. But let's just take a sec. All right, got this like medieval torture looking device here. This is a pair of sculpting calipers. I'm gonna measure the thickness of the leg, just like this. Get as close as we can. And we're gonna compare it to the part. So it's a little too thick, by quite a bit actually. But it's what I got laying around. So I'm gonna check some other parts to see if we can get some of that's around that circumference kicking around. All right, I found something. That's the perfect size. So I found one of these. This is a blunted syringe. It's the perfect size. It literally fits in there perfectly. That's just like out of pure dumb luck. I have an old one of these kicking around, and I'm going to turn it into a part. So all I have to do is pull this plunger out, chop this part off, and then fill it with something and make a mold. So got the legs right here. This is going to be the basic form part for the legs. I can cast two of them, and it'll allow me to get a much more accurate part and component versus trying to sculpt a perfect cylinder. So that's another quick modeling tip. I found something that fits. I already have it. I'm going to buy anything new, and we're going to work with it. That is like the most satisfying noise.
Yeah.
The pop. Okay, I'm gonna move my iPad into my Ace's zone. I accidentally took over his workstation. Don't let him know.
Mhm.
Taking over your zone for a second. You're crossing the line. Quite literally crossing the line. Looking for just some tools. All right, got this little choppy bit piece here. I'm just gonna cut this off. I got that cut off. We're gonna sand it now. We're gonna use a harsher grit to sand it. And then we'll go from there. This is a 240 grit. Gonna dip it in some water. There's a little bit of water that's in there, so maybe it'll help us out. Okay. That's barely doing anything. This plastic's really strong. So I want to get the cut as straight as I possibly can on this, but there's a flat edge that kind of lifts it up and down. It's really small. You can see that. It's like a little flat section here, so if I slide down, it's going to get caught. So all I got to do now is I got to just try to get this either cut nice and flat and straight, which I think is going to be a bit of a challenge, or I try to hold it as straight as I can and sand it flat, which I don't think it's going to be super flat, but not the end of the world. I think I could do something about that. I'm actually thinking I could probably cut a piece of plastic, fit it inside here, melt some Monster clay, let it harden in the fridge, and then pop it out. But it seems like a lot of work for no reason. So I'm going to try getting a miter box I have to cut stuff and using that instead, because that's for some reason going to be easier. At least I hope. All right, got a miter box. So these are useful to cut different things down, and I can actually lay it flat on its side like this and just hopefully keep it in place and slowly cut off the end and then go from there, sand that smooth and glue a piece of plastic and do some plastic wizard stuff. So this is like the fine tooth blade. We're just gonna go slow and hope I don't move it too much. All right, I'm gonna put it flat against this and cut off more than I want to, but that way it's not gonna move as much. This plastic's really strong. We're gonna have to go with the harsher teeth. Oh, I already got them out. All right, this is more so like gonna score it, which I can definitely do and just turn it and rotate it around in its spot. That's fine. Yeah, if you guys are asking questions that I'm not catching as they pop up on the screen, again, you can just message me on Instagram or leave a comment and I'll try to answer everything if I don't see it as it pops up on the screen. All right. This is already cutting much better. Okay, that worked pretty well. Got everything kind of chopped off there. It's definitely flat. But this little nub part I don't really need. But we got to sand it's flat enough now, so just gonna get the sandpaper again. Use 150 grit. Doesn't really matter, it just needs to be a little flatter. That is not flat. That's pretty crooked, actually. That's good.
That's pretty cricket.
Yeah, that's that is not what we're going for, but okay. This miter box, not the best miter box, but it's something. All right, so we're just gonna try to work with what we got. Doesn't really matter. It's straight enough, even though it's angled, to make a part that we need to make. So we're gonna just grab some styrene. Gonna grab some thicker styrene because this stuff, this part needs to be pretty rigid. So we'll grab probably a piece that's like, yeah, this is like the really thick ABS styled styrene. Stuff's super heavy duty. And I'm gonna grab my super glue, which I don't have much of left, and probably knock down somewhere stupid when I push all those parts out. What's around here? I'll find it. Magnets. This is exactly why it's not good to work until like 6 or 7 a.m. Like work all night and then leave your station a mess because you can't find anything when you need it. So picky, right, man? So picky. So picky. All right. Well, of course. Maybe I'll probably put it back actually. Let me check. Nope. Damn, where did I put it? We'll just use the super glue I got out because that's what I can find. Yeah, I used to keep a rubber ducky head on my super glue bottle so I could always find it when my table was a mess. And I took it off for some reason, and now I really regret that. Huh. Alright. Well, we got this Gorilla Glue. Hopefully this works. Alright, so you want to grab your plastic, styrene, or ABS, or whatever you want to use. Grab your super glue. Oh, wow. Okay. Just found it. So this is a plastic weld. This stuff actually chemically melts the plastic, and it welds it together. Plastic bond, or plastic weld is what they call it, because that's what it does. Welds plastic together, or bonds it together. So press a little bit on there. That is not working. That's melting. This part's dirty. So I'm gonna hold my part in place. There's a little brush. I'm just gonna go all the way around the part. Sorry about the background noise. My ace is playing with Legos.
Yeah, sorry about that, but I'm trying to find one arm and I don't find it.
No?
Oh, I find it.
Found it? Nice.
No more Lego.
No more Legos. All right, so I'm gonna leave this here for a second. Hopefully it actually dries. This is super thin cement for styrene ABS plastic. But this type of plastic the syringe is made of is known as a HDPE. It will bond, but it's a really soft, slippery plastic, and they use it for all sorts of things like um, all sorts of things.
All of it.
Yeah, all the things like water gallon jugs, milk jugs. Some soda caps use it. Cutting boards are made out of this. Skate deck rails are made out of it. It's one of the most universal plastics around, and it's also one of the most recyclable plastics. But it doesn't remelt back into a liquid. It melts into like a almost silly putty consistency, and it's very hard to work with. But when it's in that state, but that's why people like it, is because you can just keep reusing it and recycling it, and not many other plastics can do that. One day, once we figure out injection molding, we'll probably be just recycling plastic and making a lot of that stuff. I'm just using a pair of model nips to like trim this down. You can also score it and snap it a bunch, but I don't know. Whatever you want to do. If you score it, you want to keep pressure on the part that's just been freshly glued so you don't accidentally pull it off. That's kind of why I like using the nips and the cutters instead, because it doesn't accidentally rip the part off that you just glued. Sorry, I'm flinging pieces everywhere.
Such a mess.
All right, so I didn't get a perfect bond on here, which kind of sucks. So we're gonna grab the Gorilla Glue and try that, because I'm losing my patience. Yeah, so it didn't bond all the way. Nice. Instead of trying to get this to fit, we'll try one more time. We'll brush it and see if we can get it to bond. You usually want to use a thicker type of super glue for this, like Zap-A-Gap, stuff I just ordered, but it's not here yet. And we're out of like our regular super glue. I used a lot of it last night, so it happens. All right. It's a good thing if you see the plastic melt. That means it's working, but you might have used too much. Okay, seems pretty good. Just press it down on a hard surface, flat. Okay, there we go. Now it's welded and bonded together. I'm just gonna take a scrap piece of plastic and just go around and get all the excess glue, if there is any, off. Not too bad. And I like to use a file to sand my stuff down, like the flat edge file, and just use the thing I'm working with as like a form to help shape it. And also just use sandpaper if you prefer, but I think the file does a better job. And because the HDPE is hard to cut and all that and scratch because it's so slippery, you're not really going to be able to dig too deep into the part when you're doing this. So it's only going to affect the ABS or the styrene underneath it because it's easier to go through. I also have a ton of stuff going on the Discord about toy stuff. If you're new and you're not on there and you want to get on the Discord, I'm gonna just open it up to the public. I was gonna use Patreon before, but honestly, it's just so tricky, and I can't offer enough on Patreon to do that. But if you guys are interested in checking out the private Discord, you can just message me on Instagram, and I'll send you a link. But there's rules that you definitely need to follow. Not trying to have any bullshit on there or drama. But if you want to check it out, you can go check it out. Okay, that feels pretty good. Got most of it knocked down. I'm just going to use some sandpaper as well, just to really get it there. I don't know even know what grit this is, but it's sandpaper. So I actually made a sanding stick. Ooh, that sounds good, buddy. What is that?
Sanding this.
Okay.
The plastic.
Use a little bit of water, like a little drop of water.
I like the noise.
You're a savage beast.
For you.
Oh, buddy.
So picky, dude.
so picky.
So picky. So picky.
For those of you who don't know, Mice likes to fuck with me any opportunity he gets. So you're gonna endure as I'm enduring.
So picky.
Okay, so that's the part. It's basically made. We're gonna just polish it a little bit more with some finer sandpaper, but we basically wanted to create a seal, a flat spot, and something for this to work with. So I'm gonna just wet sand the bottom a little bit in case there's any burrs. I'm holding as flat as I can and just limiting the motion so it's not going to be all over the place. Okay, that looks pretty good. And it's not perfectly round yet. It's close. There's a little flat edge. That looks like it was just filed down just too much at an angle. That's okay. This is going to go into like the toy itself, so not a big deal. But gonna wet sand that as well. So dip the part back in, and we're just making this smooth enough so when I cast it, there's not a bunch of deep grooves and everything. I'm not gonna bother to prime this. There's no point. This is literally just to make a part and component to make other parts and components. I'm making a tool essentially is what I'm doing with this. The alternative is that I could go to a hardware store and get a piece of PVC pipe that's the exact size I want, but we're only working with the materials we got here. And this just literally happened to be the exact size I needed, and it was perfect. So sometimes trying to find the part you need, like at a store or something, is impossible, and you're never going to find it. But then you'll have some random piece of plastic or something else fitting onto like some other object or tool that is perfect. What are you looking for, buddy? What do you need?
The thing for make the holes by hand.
I got one here. The drill. I got two here. Like this one.
Yeah.
I got another one too.
Can put one like bigger here.
Yeah, you can go bigger on that one. I got this one too. That one will fit bigger for sure.
How
one like this one too. Exactly like this one, black one. I don't know what it is.
Maybe that's that one. It was in there. I have a bunch of them, but I don't know if I had that one before. All right, so sending this down. It's pretty smooth. Let's send it. I'm gonna get some more paper and sand that down a bit more. Sorry. Okay. Sand sponge. Like that. And by the time I'm done sanding this, this will be ready to sand down flat, then hit with primer. I'm gonna make this mold first because I think this silicone takes like 30 minutes to cure. Yeah. So I'm gonna make the mold quickly and then put the part in there and hope for the best. All right. I'm gonna actually maybe put a bolt on this on the ends and put it on my drill and use it like a lathe if I can't get it as smooth as I want in a second. All right. This looks perfect. So it's smooth enough. It's perfect for what I need. I'm gonna dry it off and make a quick little suspended mold for this. I'm just gonna get like a small cup or plastic piece and get the height of the legs figured out. So let me just do that really quick. Reopen my drawing over here. Need the height to be exact. So we want this piece to be about 5 inches tall, 5.5 inches tall. So we got a little ruler on this cutting mat, which you can't see probably, but there is one. Take my word for it. Okay, so that's already at almost 3.5 inches there. So it's pretty close, the final height. We're gonna do right here. So now that I know what the height is, I'm actually just gonna mark it by cutting into it. So when I have the mold made, I'll know where I can sand to. So got that there. Gonna cut it with a little mark, just like that. I'll grab the saw blade actually and cut it in there a little deeper. I'm not trying to cut through it, just trying to cut a little groove all the way around. You don't want to cut through it. If you cut through it, then the silicone will leak in there and defeats the whole purpose. But that looks pretty good. And once you have the groove in there, you can usually just take the razor and spin it, but I don't want to cut all the way through just in case. Okay. Okay, so that's as tall as we're going to want the leg to go. So you can probably see the little groove in there that I cut. I just got to find something to make a mold with that'll fit this, the height, and where I won't use too much silicone. Probably use a cup. Do we have any other cups on this slide?
tape.
You know what? I got an idea. All right, so this cup's kind of wide, and it's gonna be a lot of silicone for this small part. So there's two options. We either make make our own mold box, or we waste a lot of silicone. And I think we're gonna make our own mold box because it's actually kind of easy, and I have all the things I need to do it. So, and we can even just use tape. I might not even need to use
Do
it.
what part?
I just gotta make a little tiny mold up to here to cast a couple of these components because they're gonna be the perfect size for the legs.
Why you don't use it in? Like I did with, I have this one because I'm gonna use it with this again.
Can I just see it for size reference real quick? I won't fuck it up, I promise. So what do you think? You just cut a hole and just go bloop? Because now when you do, you closed it.
Yeah, I did close it.
Okay.
I put it this one thing here
Yeah.
first, whatever it is.
Flat.
Yeah. And then I did like a hole here,
Mhm.
and then I close it and I type it, and I drop the silicone.
So I'm probably gonna do is. So Mace had an idea because he's a genius and he's done this before. We're gonna take a scrap blister. We're gonna close it, and either mount the part like this and drop in the silicone. What I'm thinking is because I have this lip here, I might actually close it off, fill it with silicone, and then push the part in the silicone. If that makes sense. I don't know if it'll work.
What are you gonna do?
So like I'll close it up, and then where the hole is, I'll put the silicone in, and then just try to suspend it, I guess. And that's still gonna be a lot of silicone. I don't need to do the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would only need like, boom, like that's it. Maybe I'll make a mold box. It'll be a little bit less.
Will be easy.
Yeah, a little bit easy. All right, back to plan A. That is a good little trick though for anyone that is looking to make small parts quickly. Okay, got some styrene. Gonna grab some metal rulers, mark some stuff up, and then we'll get started.
How tall it is? What you need?
It's I think about 2 inches. No. Oh, that actually might work. Let's double check. It's just too short, but it's not a bad idea. I wonder if I stack 2 and fuse them,
You can get another one.
cut it out, and
Put it upside down.
yeah, what do you need, like an eighth of an inch?
You can get cut this.
Put it
Put
on.
it up like this.
Perfect.
You put that one.
Cut this part. That'd work.
Well, the truth like you need to cut this part.
Yeah.
So you have the hole there, and that one like you use
Flip
to
this.
stick it together.
Okay. Another option. This will probably work pretty well. Ow, what the hell? Don't sit in your squares. Okay. I'm laughing because you're having a good time. I'm enjoying your good time. Okay, I like this idea, but I think I can make a tube that's going to be good enough for what I need without having to glue all this stuff together, which is a super valid method and works super well all the time. But we're going to just make a little tiny mold box. So we know we need it to sit this far. I'm just going to measure this up. And I need it to be at least 1/4 inch all the way around. So we'll make it hopefully to here. All right, got that. I'm gonna grab my ruler, and we're just gonna square this up. And again, this is literally just to make a part and component, like a tool for multiple things I'll probably use in the future. And because I'm making the legs symmetrical, I really only need to cast one. So, got the tool here. Moving along. Thank you guys for liking the video. I appreciate that. We're almost up to 10. That's awesome. So I just marked where I need this to be. This wasn't super square, so I don't know where all my triangle squares are. I think they're over here. Let me grab those. These will work. All right, just like a basic square. And we're just gonna line it up the best we can and make it as straight as possible. That's pretty good. All right, just got the X-Acto knife. I'm just gonna pull it very slowly across to score it a couple times. I'm using a ruler with a foam back so it doesn't slip as easily. Normally I'd use the flatter edge, but this was a little bit easier to line up. And I'm literally just scoring it. I don't need to cut all the way through. Just enough pressure to leave a line. And now I can just take it and snap it, which of course is gonna be real fun today and not do it. So the thicker styrene, that is one of the drawbacks. You gotta score it a couple more times. The groove's already made though, so you can just go in there. And just take your time, you don't want to go outside the groove. There, see I pulled a little bit when I was outside the groove. So just take your time. There we go. Snapped off nice and easy. Just cleaning out the burrs. This is just little sharp bits of plastic. Sometimes they'll get left over in these thicker pieces. Good enough. Some people even use sandpaper. You can do that if you need to. All right, perfect. So we have a piece cut. We have the height of the tool itself. So we're going to do it like this. I think I measured this right. Yeah, because there's an angled bit to it. So. Okay. And decided it was going to be like about 1.75 inches, I believe. That's 1.5, so. What is that? Half-inch up. Sometimes you just gotta like eye it out and then make it work. So that'll be enough space. Grab a square it up, and once it's square, yeah, so just line up your square the best you can, mark it, cut it, and then use that as a template to cut the rest. Metal ruler, not enough weights. You can also use like markers on this stuff, but the super glue will break it down and get it on everything. Right now I'm just gonna cut the 4 sides and we'll tape them together, and then I'll cut a square that's like the correct size for this on the bottom. And we'll tape it all up. You can use super glue, but we really don't need it to be that fancy. So masking tape will be fine. You could also do this with cardboard if you want, but it's not going to be as like structured. All right, these are all the same size. Cut 2 more and we're good to go. I don't always cut like perfectly straight. That's fine. You just need it straight enough to make a box. There's a slight angle or bevel. It's not the end of the world for this purpose. All right. Want to line up all your pieces. Got all the pieces lined up. They look pretty straight, but you get like a little bit of growth sometimes on them when you do this, like in that process of using it as a tool. Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna sand them flat. Same thing on the other side, line them up. You see there's like little bits of grooves here and there. They're not exactly perfect. Just sand them real quick. Okay, looks pretty good. Height differences, very subtle as well, like not the end of the world, but you want to have as many flat sides as possible for your part. Everything to stick together correctly. Okay, got that. And now we basically just need to make the square. So we can measure this out just like that with the 2 pieces on another piece of styrene. So you can grab both. These are like quick little speed tricks to make your workflow hopefully faster. When you start doing modeling, you pick up small things here and there that let you do quick measurements without needing to measure with a ruler. So we're making a square, so we don't need to really measure now because we know the exact size of it, the top and bottom. All right, here's a piece of styrene, make the ruler flat. I got the mark for the other piece here. Same process. Get a flat piece, line up with the ruler. There you go. Nice and flat. And we're going to tape this up because this will just be a lot faster if we're just using masking tape. Doesn't need to be super fancy. So usually cut like a piece out like this. Lay it on a cutting mat. Grab an X-Acto knife and I cut little hinge pieces so I get the form basically where I need it, and then I'll add more tape to it. So little half-inch pieces. And again, it doesn't matter if they're straight. This is just, we're building a box. Okay, put tape on it like this. Got this piece lined it up. A little bit of a gap. That's okay. We'll do it on this side. Okay, stick it down like that, and then hinge it up. It's a nice tight gap. So there you go. Do that all the way around. Okay. Two sides, and you just do the same thing with the other pieces. You just want to line them up. These cut at a slight angle, so one side's a little thicker than the others. Not the end of the world. Tape to fill in the gap. Again, sorry if I'm missing any comments or questions. I can't see the screen when I'm doing this to answer them, but I will answer anything you ask on Instagram, or I'll answer these comments later when the video uploads the channel permanently. Okay. So put these pieces of tape ready to grab. All right, grab two corners, and you want to just line them up the best you can. also like tape on the inside, on the top, just to make sure it's like nice and secure. Just in the corners and stuff, so they're not collapsing or folding in super easily. All right. So got this wall here. See how it's like kind of blowing out in the corner and pushing in? We don't want that. So anywhere that you have that happening, you want to go on the opposite side and put a piece of tape for support. Just get it nice and flat. There we go. And this is where I'll take tape and just cut it and get it to fit where I need it to fit. Just do one side at a time. Just like that. Get it really on there. Put your finger in there to support it so it doesn't cave in on itself. And you're just covering all the seams with masking tape. You can do this for all types of small parts, but again, I'm making a small part that will be modified again. So this is more like making a tool. And because I plan to make more characters in this size and scale, I'll be able to reuse this mold again and again and again without much of an issue, which is really nice. And because I already have the plastic cut to the size, I can actually make this the mold box to give it a bit more structure when I'm using it. Or just make sure there's no place silicone can leak out. All right, that's every edge covered. I don't need to worry about. So, part will fit in here perfectly. We're gonna actually hold this piece up and suspend it so it doesn't go all the way down and float and move around, because I only need to mold up to this point. I also have the other part of the syringe, which I could use for something else. This is actually kind of nice, but it's a little too wide. But I can use this as like another part or component I can sculpt on top of, so I'll save this. So that does look pretty good in there. Gonna grab the plastic weld real quick as well, and we're just gonna take this and just drop a little bit on the seams that have no tape on the inside, and those will actually help bond this together. So I'll just run the brush in there and it will fuse those together. Just hold it for a few seconds. You want to move all the excess, so if it pulls on the bottom, move it around and let it dry out. All right, guys, I think I'm about to beat a live record if we get this over 15 likes for a live video. We're at 12 right now. All right, this looks pretty good. We got one edge here that's kind of like bowing out. I'm going to try to glue that down too, just because it's popping out. There's tape there in case, but just want this to be as secure as I can get it. Okay, that's that. Push everything down very quick. All right. So we have the mold box complete. We have our silicone we're going to use. We're using the Illuminalight Amazing Mold Maker. This stuff's absolutely amazing. It really is. It's great stuff. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. And you got about 6 to 8 minutes of work with it. It takes 30 minutes to demold and a full cure in 24 hours. We don't need this to be, like last forever. We're just making a couple of these parts. So got A and a B. Got some mixing sticks, and they give you 3 cups. So we need to figure out our volume. We don't need rice here, do we?
Do we have what?
Rice.
Right?
Yeah. Where's that plastic mold there? Yeah, pellets. I think it's right here actually. Just gonna grab something to figure out how much silicone I'm gonna probably need. You can do this with water or rice, but I don't want to introduce water into this mold box and wait
Are
for it
you
to dry.
wanna like drop silicone somewhere?
Oh, you have some?
Not too much, but
Yeah.
I have extra.
There we go, buddy. Drop it on in there in the bottom.
But you don't put the figure in yet?
I gotta suspend it still. So my ace has some silicone from something he's making over there, some leftover. So he's gonna pour all of his extra stuff in to my mold box, which is great. So we can get this moving. All right, we're up to 13 now. Thanks, guys. If we get it to 20, that'd be sick.
Getting jelly already.
It's already starting to kick. So he's had this out for a little bit. It's already starting to kick off, which means that the pot life is ending. So we're going to get as much in there as we can. And silicone will bond to silicone, especially if it's the same type, same brand, and all that. So it looks like we got a good amount in there. We need to suspend the part, so we're going to make a little wire piece to do that. Doesn't even need to be fancy, but you can make it as fancy as you want. So we need weight, and we also need this to support the part. So I'm just going to take wire just like this and make a little loop around on both sides. This will help it sit on the outside of the part really easily. And this wire can be reused in the future, so just suspend the part above. Doesn't need to be like the most intricate thing. And we're gonna want some weight inside this because we don't want it to float. So we got scraps that'll fit inside there that are heavy. Or even like a heavy tool. I'll probably use this tool here and just keep it in there. And now we can center it into the silicone the best we can. And there we go. Not bad. It's not touching any of the walls. That's the main thing we want to make sure of. So right here, and then I'll mix the next little cup of silicone I need, which honestly will probably be fine with these cups here. Again, if you guys have any questions or want to know what the toy is going to look like that I'm making, I'll have it posted in my Instagram story. It's just at Wolf Pits, just like on YouTube and everything else. So if you want to go check that out, you can go check it out there. If you have any questions or anything that I don't see as they pop up on the screen, don't worry about it. I will do my best to answer everyone as fast as I can. I'll answer on YouTube or Instagram, on TikTok, any of the social media that you use and you have questions about. You can just ask me wherever. I try to answer all the questions that I can as efficiently as possible. All right. Just trying to make sure this isn't moving. Have a little bit of movement. All right, I'm just opening up the silicone. We found this at, I think it was like Michael's or something. This stuff's really good though. I think they use it mainly for pen blanks and small parts. That's what this is for. But yeah, it's a very nice, durable silicone. It doesn't last as long as some of the other ones that we've used, but like compared to most of them, it's really good. So we're just gonna pour 15 and 15. Probably do a few batches of this. All right, that's part B, I think, or part A right there. We're gonna pour the part B in. Get it right up to the 30 mark. So it's a 1-to-1. And there's not much room to mix, so we want to be careful here that we don't actually accidentally spill any. So everything right there. And we're just gonna mix it up, pour it in, mix another batch if we need to. That's why they have the 2 cups. They want you to mix less than this, so you can really get it mixed thoroughly very easily, but I'm not too worried. Just gonna be careful. And you want it to be a consistent color. You don't want all the swirls in there. So that's the biggest thing, is just making sure you mix it thoroughly, getting rid of all the swirls, scraping the sides. If you've done any type of casting before, work with silicone, you know it's really important to do this or you won't get a good cure. And all that hard work and building a mold box will be for nothing, because then you need to tear it apart and redo everything. That sucks. But this silicone is very thin, I will say. That's one thing about it. I don't know, the consistency is like warm maple syrup. It's runny, but it's thick enough. Very interesting stuff. I think they make larger like batches of it too. You can get it directly from them, and they make a ton of different type of silicone products, just like Smooth On. Like there's all sorts of different materials and specifications you can ask for. All right, this looks pretty thoroughly mixed, but just to be safe, we're going to pour it into this other cup. Really make sure it's thoroughly mixed, and then we'll drop it. So yeah, it looks pretty good, but always good to check. And I'm not too worried about like the little bit I'm losing here. We'll get as much out as we can. But this will solidify, and then I can peel it out and reuse these cups again and again and again. So not too big a deal. Okay. Looks pretty good. All right, we're gonna move our mold box. We're gonna close these so I don't tip them over, because I'm super good at spilling stuff in here. All right, these are closed. We got this right here. It's looking pretty good. For tight molds like this, you can actually make tools to help you drop it in there. I actually might do that for this. So I'm just gonna make a little triangle wedge very quickly, because the silicone's already starting to set up once it's mixed together. So I'll just make a quick one really fast. So just need a little wedge to pour onto. This isn't even necessary. I find it helpful for pouring into really tight molds. But if you're careful, you can just pour it in there. But basically, I just make a little wedge here, like this, and seal the back up, so my silicone's gonna leak out of it when I pour it into there. And just go by and clean up the masking tape on the end. Cut it off. So that's what it looks like. All right. Thoroughly check it real quick. Doing pretty good. And I'm just going to put this little wedge part in a section that we're going to pour the silicone into. It will ride down the wedge efficiently, making a thin stream. So just want to be careful. It's all right. We're going to get a little bit of loss. Poured a little too quick. So you just want to do real slow. You get like a small bead of it going down until your mold box fills up. All right, we've got too much of it leaking out. We're just going to try to hand do it because it's dropping into the center of the cylinder. All right, we've already filled up to where we need to go, but might as well go all the way up. Another thing I could do is I can make another quick little box or container and make some more silicone molds for those small parts that I had shown you earlier, but I think we're good for now. Usually I have a couple projects going at once, and I'll have a few molds and mold boxes ready to go at the same time. But for this one, I just didn't have anything else prepared. All right. So we got more than enough silicone in there, which is great. We spilled a little on the side with this little triangle wedge. Usually you want to do it a little higher up and longer, but I thought I could get by with this one. That's all right. Okay, we're gonna let this sit, and it's already starting to get a little tacky, which is good. So we'll move these off to the side. We're gonna let that dry. It's gonna take about 30 minutes for this to dry, and we'll cast a few of these. Just line up the part, make sure it's nice and centered. Still looks pretty good. Starting to get a little bit of floating. So we want to put some weight in here. So I'm going to just grab a couple of tools that are going to help weigh this down in the center so it doesn't move. Just the heavier the tool, the better. So just get some weight, keep it centered. And we're going to move it out of the way. This will dry and we'll peel it up once it's dry. But I'm going to move this off to a smooth surface so it won't get stuck to you. So we'll got 30 minutes on that. I'm going to set a timer for 30 minutes. We'll pull it out and be good to go. This is also now ready to sand and make smooth and then prime. It's already 12:39. I know it's kind of late for some people that are on my coast, but I feel like people from California and probably like Europe and stuff usually watch my videos at this time. So thanks for tuning in. All right, actually, so here's the character. You guys haven't seen it. That's what I'm making right now. That's what we're working on. But I'm gonna make a timer real quick. Little clock app, open that. Timer, set it for 30 minutes. Exactly. Start. Okay, so 30 minutes, we'll demold that. We'll cast the first part. We have some resin here that I think it also takes about 30 minutes to cure. About an hour process for this part, but totally worth it. We got plenty of time to sand all this stuff down now. All right, so double checking the surface, see where we left off. Everything's looking pretty smooth. It's just these bigger flat dents that I gotta sand out right now. We're gonna wet sand these down. We're gonna use the really soft 320 on this. And we're gonna sand it flat. So we're gonna get the 320 wet, place it down, and we're just going to use literally the paper's going to do all the work, and the weight of the part we're sanding is going to be what puts pressure down the sand. So just guiding it along. Literally barely the weight of my hand. I'm just dragging this piece along. We'll know also when the silicone's dry because this will peel up nicely and it'll be firm. So that's why I'm leaving this there. But if you spill it on something, you need to clean it up right away. You want to wipe it up with rubbing alcohol. It'll break it down before it has a chance to like settle in, and you can pull it out. But you want to do it on a surface that's not absorbent. All right, so this is already getting really smooth, which is great. See this big center area where the dip was? So definitely needed to do a big, nice glob of the Tamiya putty. That's an insane amount that needed to be filled. It's like a little tiny like bowing inside the plastic because it was thin plastic and the super glue starting to melt it on the surface. All right, that's getting pretty smooth. Still not quite perfect yet, but getting there. We'll rinse this off and then rinse the paper off. When you're sanding large areas of any like type of Bondo or filler that's really light and easy to sand, you want to always clean your paper and your part off as much as possible. But see how like the grooves and stuff in there that still need to be sanded flat? I'm gonna do a little bit on this other side too, so I'm just gonna dip it in some water. And I'll have to change the water in a little bit. It's starting to get to the point where I can't really see through it, and that's when there's gonna be sometimes too big of pieces to keep using it. Yeah, guys, thank you again for watching. I really do appreciate it. If you're just joining now, definitely make sure you hit the like button. It helps the channel a ton. If you have questions, I'm going to try to peek over once in a while to the camera. I'm just using my phone today. So I'll try to catch them when I can. If not, I will do my best to answer your questions after the video, or if you want to hit me up on Instagram or TikTok or any of my other social media, I do my best to answer all those questions as soon as I can. Okay, going through this now. This is actually pretty close. This is almost perfect and it filled in quite a bit. Let's rinse it off again. Rinse the paper again. You can see all the gray underneath. That's all like sanded filler right there. So see how much was on there? Like how big the bowing was in there? That's all filled in now. So we're gonna just keep going until we get a little bit more consistent, smooth on the edges. A little bit of harshness up here, so we'll just keep going. Same thing on the side. We're just gonna need a bit more work and attention, but. What's up, buddy? I'm just checking with the water too to see if there's any big noticeable scratches or bumps. This looks pretty good. Just gonna keep sanding a little bit more. It's definitely a super tedious process to work this way. But again, if you don't have access to like 3D modeling stuff and you're, you know, you don't like sculpting with clay, can't get things to look as cartoony or blocky and smooth, using like the modeling methods work really well. And anyone can do it. So all you really need is just like a razor blade, super glue, and a flat drawing. All right, so this side's basically perfect. The bowing and stuff is done. There's no more of that, which is really good. This edge here, I'm gonna hit that again just to round it, made it a little flat. Just really subtle. It's not super round, but round enough. That's what we need. This side needs more work for sure, so we're gonna keep working on this to get that down. Getting there slowly. The bump is pretty big. Perfect. Sometimes you actually need to sand this down and refill it with some more filler just to get in the grooves and stuff. Trying to avoid that if I can, but we might need to do that to get it more level because the bowing on the other side was pretty deep. Might even switch to a harsher paper. So the 320 is a little too soft for this right now, so knock it down quickly. I'm gonna use some 240. It's a little bit harsher. I'm still gonna wet sand now. This will take off more material a little bit faster. All right, nice. So we're also up to 14 likes on the video, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. If we can get it to 20, though, that would be sweet. All right, starting to knock that down. Starting to level up a little bit more. There's still a bit of a high edge here, so this will take a bit longer. We're just going to keep rinsing it off, rinsing the paper off. And I'm just going to wipe up all the excess water and dust and all the debris. So you can kind of see probably some of those little reflective bits, those grooves. We got to get rid of those. I'm going to try using the sanding sponge a little bit, just because it does do a decent job.
Do we have glue or without?
We do. We have a little bit of glue.
Like
A little bit
drops.
in here.
Thank you.
And then there's also the other glue around somewhere. I will find it in a second. Oh, here we go.
That's all right. I have enough.
Okay. Okay. pretty good. That's the 320. Looking for. This is the 150. We're gonna do this for just a little bit. Again, wet sanding it so it's not pulling out too much material and damaging the surface. Because we're only trying to just remove and flatten the areas that are pitted or kind of like bowed out. Get it wet with lots of water. Some people will actually do this in a bucket when they're doing parts like this. They'll get a bucket full of water and they'll try to hold the super glue down, or not super glue, the sandpaper down. But it can lift up and it can kind of be annoying trying to like hold it down and your hands completely submerged in water. It just splashes around everywhere. Okay, we got it basically flat now. It looks pretty good. Or just rinse it off. And we're going to go back up to the 320. So we're going to start with 240. Knock down all these heavy burrs and scratches. And just slowly polish it back to a smoother finish. So switch the paper. Grab the 240. Part wet. Again, anyone just tuning in, if you want to see what the figure looks like, it's actually on my Instagram at Wolfbits in my story. Posted it earlier today. It should still be up. And this is the form right here for it. So, all right, it looks pretty good, even at the 240 stage. Just feeling over it. I don't really see any imperfections on it, so I'm just gonna sand it a little bit more. Then I'm gonna switch to probably the sanding sponge again, just to get in and really knock down some of these grooves. Also, the extra putty that got inside the hole here, it's so thin I can just break it off, and we'll just go back in after, touch it up with the 320. Okay. All right, that's 320. Just rinse that off. water on it, rinse the part off. Okay, it feels really smooth now. Now I'm just gonna use the sanding sponge. I'm gonna go back in the corner again and just hit it really lightly to knock down this sharp edge that we're creating. Because I don't want any sharp edges on this thing. Want a nice little bevel, a little bit of a point, it's not a big deal, but okay. And that's how you fill in like a little pit. Pretty good so far. Probably could do it a little bit more, but honestly, I think the primer is gonna take care of that. But that's it. So that little gray spot was dented in. Now it's nice and flat. Now we got these edges here that are sharp. We're gonna get rid of that on both these sides. So I'm gonna use the slightly harsher grit. This is 180. Just go around the edges all the way around, just like that. And then I'll hit it with a 240 and then, you know, go up from there. Just to make sure it's not sharp and there's no like rough edges that aren't going to take primer well. Alright, dropping this in here. Get it nice and rinsed off. It looks pretty good. I'm going to hit it with some clean water in a second. Right, so any area that's like a light gray on here is a part that was dipped in or indented. Now it's nice and smooth. That's what we want. So just pat this dry real quick just to really make sure. And I want my fingers to be dry as well, just to really make sure I can feel all the bumps and grooves without accidentally going over any of them. Just do the sides. Still a little bit of a profile I want to sand smooth on the side. Just on this side right here, I'm noticing it. Just a little bit. A little bit on this side too. The fill primer actually might take care of most of that. Up here is a little bit of harshness I don't like. Same thing over here. It does look pretty good. All right. Here, we got the 300. Just gonna wrap this around the marker again and try to clean out the cutout. The 300 is starting to break down because I've been using it so much. I'm pretty aggressively. gonna hit this with some clean water, and then we'll just double check the part.
Do you have to put more silicone or not yet?
Not yet. Do you have too much?
No, I don't know yet.
Well, if you do, you can always pour it into these little end caps. And when we do glow molds, we'll have little chunks to glue on the outside. All right, so here's the part cleaned off. All right, so there it is. Looking pretty good. Noticing really small blemishes here and there on the plastic on the top. You guys can see that. So right up here, there's some blemishes the primer's gonna take care of. We gotta let it dry thoroughly before we prime it. And I'll move the camera over to show you guys how I prime this. This is pretty straightforward. Spray with primer, let it dry. That's about it.
So I need more caps, eh? I need a bunch of silicone.
Okay.
Okay.
Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. Come on, buddy. I got caps somewhere.
Mhm.
I got more caps somewhere. Even like little pucks.
We have so much.
You can pour it in these little guys.
Oh, that's not. Yeah.
1 second, guys. I'm just gonna help my niece with something real quick. You know what? Here, we'll mold one of these lemons. Cause why not? Just need a little spiky bit. How much time we got?
How much time?
Yeah, a couple minutes.
Maybe.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, I'm making a huge mess.
Sometimes it's all you can do.
I think if I got something else that I can make a more, but I don't think so.
Okay. I got stuff. I got ideas.
Double take?
Yeah. Hey.
Double take?
Yeah. Probably would be perfect actually. Stick it in there. That's it. I don't know where I put that pen.
Hmm?
I don't know where I just put that pen.
What pen?
The one I just stabbed in the side of this.
Green jelly.
All right,
Turn it a little bit.
let's go over here. You want to do this on camera? All right, so we had extra silicone. We're molding this lemon. Just made a quick little mold box out of a cup. Don't want to waste it. We're waiting for stuff to dry anyway, so this is perfect timing. If you guys can see that. I actually like might be enough.
No.
No, you don't think so? Why a lemon? Why not a lemon? I actually have a lemon toy I'm also working on from a character I made like a couple months ago. And I got a bunch of these tiny lemons that I thought were the perfect size. Like they're these fake lemons. And I figured I might as well mold one now because we have extra silicone. And it's just perfect for it. All right, so the next batch, when there's extra silicone, I'm going to keep pouring it into this until it builds up all the way.
So,
It's all right if there's a couple little surface bumps, no biggie. This is also not like the most professional mold making method.
it is.
It is. It is according to
is.
ways.
If you do something, do it right. So no bubbles.
All right. So we'll let this sit over on the mold station real quick. We're going to probably move the camera over to the spray booth. It's going to get loud because I got to turn that on. We're going to spray the parts with some primer. We're going to do one side at a time. Let that dry 5 to 10 minutes. We'll find other stuff to work on while each part's drying. We'll actually probably be ready to demold in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So that's going to go off the timer. We're going to start priming this part. It's nice and dry now. We have everything off of it. It's nice and clean. I'm going to move you guys to the spray booth. It's going to get loud for the spray booth, but it'll only be a couple seconds. All right. All right, here's the spray booth. It's very tiny. Come on. All right. All right, spray booth time. I'm going to just keep the part off the ground, or like off the base or bottom of the spray booth. I also have this Lazy Susan that I'm going to use to keep the part on, and I got another little cap here to keep the part off of the surface. We're just going to spray it very lightly all the way around. So we'll take this guy out. Using an automotive etch primer, which is this one. It's the one that I use. You can use any one you want, but this is what we got. Shake it up good and spray. You want to do very light coats and let it build up. Let me stop that timer. I'm just dusting it on there very lightly. Okay, so that's gonna sit. We're gonna leave the fan on for a few minutes so it pulls all the fumes out. But basically I'm already starting to see some blemishes I couldn't see or feel before. That's what you want to use the etch primer for. So we'll be able to sand those or fill them again. We're gonna let this go for 5 minutes. We'll spray it one more time, and that'll be enough on this side. We'll let it sit another 5 minutes. We'll flip, do the opposite side, same thing, pull it out, move on to the next part. While that's going, we're gonna demold this part here because the rubber's finally cured. So you guys can see that part. We'll throw some resin in there, and that will also take a couple minutes. And we'll just keep moving along. All right, back to where you guys were. I think you were over here, right? Okay. Oh wow, that looks falling down. Oh, no problem, man. I like showing the process stuff like this. If you guys have like any questions, I'm always down to answer them. I can't catch all the comments. I only could see that one because I was literally just moving the camera. But if you have questions at all, I'll do my best to answer them here or on Instagram, TikTok. All my social medias under Wolfbits. It's all the same. Okay. We're gonna wipe up the station a little bit. All the wet sandpaper we'll just toss in this bucket. We don't currently need it. We'll wipe all the water off that we can and just get it nice and dry because we don't want any water or moisture getting in the mold. It will react with the resin. Now we can peel up the silicone that's dry. Get it out of the way. And we'll fill out all the cups when we're ready to mix another small batch if we need to for some parts. All right. You guys can see everything, I hope. Just doing some adjustments so it'll be a little bit easier to see. Okay. Hope that's good. All right, so pull the tools out, using the way down. I'm gonna break down the mold box. Pretty simple process, but I don't know. You might have questions. I still see? You can still see. All right, peel off the excess here on the outside. And take the razor. We're just gonna open an edge and that's it. Go right off. Cut through the masking tape. Did tape this up pretty good. See, that's why I like using styrene. That's a perfect little box there. I want to keep the box intact the best I can in case I need to use it again for support. This mold seems like it'll hold up on its own pretty good. So we have our part in here. It's trapped a little bit. We're going to do some trimming with some scissors just to free it out apart a little. Just some flashing that dripped on the side. We've got a little bit that fused here on the side of the part, so we'll just cut that with a razor. All the way around, nice sharp blade. And there's going to be some suction on this part because of the cylindrical shape, and this probably won't have any surface bubbles on it because we poured it in such a tight area very quickly. So, and I pushed in the first half of the silicone that was scrap. I'm just cleaning all the flashing off. It's like an extra step, but it does make your molds look a lot cleaner when there's not little bits dangling. Okay. So I'm gonna try to just pop it out like this, free up the part. There's still some suction in there. I want to just get it out. I'm trying not to cut it. If we need to cut it down a little bit, that's fine. It's not the end of the world, but all right, boom, perfect. We got one little bubble in there. I can see it on the bottom, but not terrible. It's pretty good. So I'm gonna mix up a small batch of resin. You can probably see the little line in here. If I fold this or open it up a little bit, see that little grooved edge that I marked before? We actually only need to pour resin up to that point. So not too bad. Plenty of extra space. You wanna pour a little over because resin will shrink as it cures. And that's like, you know, basic kind of like casting physics 101. Your material is going to shrink and you'll never be able to get it exactly flat or level with the surface that you pour it into because that's just not how surface tension works. But I'm going to grab some resin. We're going to mix it up. We'll pour it in here. I think we only have 30-minute cure resin right now. What do we have for resin? What's the fastest one we got? 30 minutes? All right. We got a 30-minute cure resin. I'm going to grab that. We're going to mix it. We're going to need barely any inside of this because there's almost nothing. Other stuff I was looking for the other day. Resistant bag. Plastic pellets. Okay, so we're gonna measure how much resin we roughly need using these plastic pellets. These are like a friendly plastic product, so you use it to like make molded components with warm water. It's actually pretty cool stuff. I've only used it once, but
You can look at it. What is what you have to measure?
just in here. It's gonna be like an ounce of resin.
Did you figure out until where did you put the two?
Yep. Yeah, the bark inside, you can see it.
No, I mean the two that you use it. You can drop the two in a cup of water. It will be easy. And
Oh,
less
that's-
messy than the plastic.
That's true. That is true. Maya just brought up a good point. We can use the water trick with the part because I don't need to use the part. So you take your part that you're going to be measuring out for how much resin you need. You get a cup full of water. It's going to fill it up in our fancy studio sink. We'll use this at some point so you guys can see it because it's awesome stuff.
That's more messy and they don't have it, but they have water.
They have water. So remove the wire too from this. Just get that off. Peel the silicone off, and you can use the wire in like an armature wire for another sculpture. So save this stuff. It's good. All right, so we have the cup here. It's measured out to 5 ounces. So we really only need about a half an ounce of resin. But you want to usually mix at least an ounce to 2 ounces of resin because it won't kick properly or as quickly without heat. So we're gonna pour it into another mold, or I'm gonna over pour this a little bit. That's fine. We have tiny cups to mix resin in, right?
Hmm?
We have some tiny cups for resin.
Yeah.
Just gonna grab some gloves. Resin's pretty toxic stuff, so you would definitely want to wear some gloves.
So. That tiny?
Woo. Yep. Perfect size. All right, we got 2 cups, 3 cups, couple cups. Which resin is it? This one, big guys. The ones that are fun to open. Okay, so I got these giant jugs of resin. We're using Smooth Cast 305. That's just what we have in here. It's a bright white. It cures in 30 minutes. It's also a 1-to-1 ratio, parts A and B. So we're gonna grab our cups. These little tiny cups here. And we're gonna fill each one with A and B. This side of your way so you can see. Our part B here. Part B.
more?
I can. You need more?
Well, if you wanna do, you have like 2 less here.
Alright.
Like,
I'll be able to do that. Alright, that's 15.
I'll show the exact amount real quick.
Do you have any mixing sticks over there? The silicone ones?
Hmm?
Silicone mixing sticks?
Doesn't really.
Okay, so we have the two parts separated. We got another cup to mix them in thoroughly together.
The hardened?
All right, we got these little silicone coated mixing sticks, which are pretty great. We're gonna mix parts A and B together. All right. Get them all in there with the ratio as accurate as you can. Thoroughly mix it together. I should have labeled these cups. I did not. That's a bad move. Don't do that. Just gonna mix it nice and thoroughly. You said you have another mold. So the pot life on this is, I think it's 5 minutes long. But when you do a second, you kick the fan off of the spray booth. Alright, slowly filling it up, just pouring it to get to the level I need. And I'm just gonna put it just like this to get the bubbles out. So I ended up needing far less resin than I thought. About half an ounce. There's about half an ounce here. We got another mold. Alright, he's gonna grab another mold that he has basically ready to go. These two little feet molds here.
That like, did you use all of yours already?
I have enough in here. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're just gonna pour it in slowly. And we're just gonna burp the mold by squeezing it slightly. Seems like it's pretty good. We still got a little bit of resin left, so we just want to top off just a little bit. And what else we got? We got another mold. So we always usually try to have a couple molds like going and ready for this, just in case. You just never know, like if you're gonna have extra. And I'm not gonna pressure cast my stuff. I don't think he's doing his either.
It seems like some. Oh, yeah.
All right, so he's grabbing some molds. I got a skull mold as well. I'm gonna try that out, which I just remembered. All right, so this is like a random skull mold for like ice or something.
Oh, you can try it then.
I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna do a little bend in here. I just remember I had these. I don't know if it'll be enough, but it might be.
Do you mind if I get the one?
Go for it, buddy. Definitely not enough, but it'll be enough to do the face, which is still kind of cool. So let that sit over on the table. We got another timer we're gonna do for 30 minutes. We're gonna go check the other side of the part that we're spraying in the spray booth. Sorry, the studio's a mess. We're gonna spray this side. It's had plenty of time to dry, so we're just gonna hit it with one more coat, a very light coat, and fill in as much as we can. Alright, let that dry again for another 15. It's looking pretty good. Then we'll flip it over, do the other side. While that's drying, we can actually grab the other one that I need to spray at the same time, so they're both drying. So this is the other one, the other body type. I'm going to spray this one as well just to have it, and we'll try both out and see which one I like more. Still think that one's going to be the winner. Use a couple of cups to hold this up. Alright, that's sitting. We got like another 10 minutes on that. Okay. I'm just going to move the molds to another area really quickly so they're not in the way. And we're going to start working on figuring out the other components like the arm and the foot. So move your molds. Okay. I'm just gonna grab the parts that I was using before. This guy. We're gonna use this as our template for the actual foot part we're making. So this will be the tool. Move the water out of the way. We don't need this right now. And I'm just gonna take my gloves off. I don't need them right now either. Okay, and we're gonna be using some styrene and some epoxy sculpt. So I have some epoxy sculpts from the other day that has hardened into some shapes I was going to try to use. But to be honest with you, I don't really like how it looks. I think I can do something a little bit better. So we're going to do that. Alright, sorry about all the noise from the spray booth. It gets super loud. I know it's super annoying, but they make noise. What are you gonna do? Okay, so we're gonna start by getting a sheet of styrene. A piece right here that looks pretty good. Clean off all the water that's on there. Now I'm gonna pull up my drawing again of the art. This is the toy. It's the scale. We're gonna figure out the length. We're gonna use the medieval sculpture looking device again. The sculpting calipers. These guys here. You guys can see those. Make sure you guys can actually see. I'm sorry. All right. So character over there on the iPad. Medieval sculptor calipers. Scary stuff. We're going to scale this a little bit and get the size of the foot, like the length of the foot. We'll get the proportions on here. Then I'm going to draw it out and show you a template method that I usually use for this. They're going to actually be a shoe that's like a removable part, I think, for this. So we're going to do two versions. All right. Version 1, the removable shoe. The reason I'm doing this in so many different parts and components is because I want to actually be able to easily paint this. And there's going to be other details I have to add onto the master body that I'm not 100% set on yet. So I want to make sure that I get the components where I want them to be. Okay, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So we have the length right here now of what the foot's gonna be, like the total length. I'm gonna grab a pencil or something to mark on my styrene just to draw with. I use mechanical pencils. You can use paper templates and then use those in cardstock or whatever you want. We do this digitally, but we're doing traditional methods here. So I'm gonna mark one point, mark the second point. Now I have both points marked. I know how long I want it to be. We can measure it and just go from there. We'll cut off like a little rectangle piece and we'll use this part to kind of gauge. That's the width, basically, like the max width we're going for. So we'll kind of find the center point of that line. We'll mark it on both sides and then we'll do the curve that we want. So just gonna outline this the best I can. Okay, so that's the leg column right there, that little circle. If you guys can see that. And we're just gonna cut out a little square. We're gonna make a couple versions of this, and we're gonna need to make 2 or 3 cuts along the way. So we're gonna cut off a nice little chunk here. And this is also fairly thick styrene I'm using, just because it's gonna be a rigid part that I need to do a lot of sanding and sculpting on top of. Okay, broke that piece off. Just double check the drawing. Now, originally I wanted this to be like a little foot with an X carved into it and all this stuff, but I'm not 100% set on that just yet. So I think we're just gonna cut one out, see how it looks, and then we'll make a couple copies, and we'll do a few different versions of the feet. And they're gonna be symmetrical, so I actually don't need to worry about making 2 of them exactly the same. So I'll go to make one, make a mold, cast it twice, and then I'll have 2 feet, and then I can make a mold with, you know, double feet. All right, so we got the length, the max length it can be, and then we also have the width of the foot, or sorry, the of the leg. So we know we got to stay within that zone. And I'm just going to do some quick little marks here just to make sure I do my best to stay within that length and zone. I want to find a square edge if you can too. I know it's a little tricky when you're just cutting stuff quick. It's got that. We don't want to go outside this, and we don't want to go outside this. You can, but then it's like you got weird kind of club feet. And this character just doesn't need club feet. He's good. And I'm just going to sketch the shape. And also draw like a center line so I have like a central point, because this needs to be sort of symmetrical. And we can go a little outside if we want, but that's only because that part needs to fit into it. So we can go about like a 1/16 of an inch outside if we really wanted to at most, to kind of fit that part in there. So we're going to try out a few sizes and see what we think. So just sketching it very rough. And again, if you like using paper templates to draw on, you can do that. I'm just drawing straight on the styrene because I'm used to doing that, and I'm confident in my ability to cut it, make complex shapes and curves. Okay. So that's what I'm thinking the bottom of the foot's going to be, and we're going to cut it out. We use a sharper blade. I also have more blades on the way. We just like really kind of ran out of everything all at once. In the studio, it happens once in a while when you're moving into a new space. So, using a sharp blade, and we're just gonna slowly take our time to cut this out. All right, it's looking pretty good. Just a little one. That's okay. We'll sand it out. Just take your time and be careful if you're doing like complex curves and cuts. You just want to be safe and not, accidentally nick your finger or anything. Any area that you can cut off excess material, do it. So like on the front of the toe here, we have a perfect straight line. I can just kind of etch that out. You can use a ruler, or if you're experienced enough and confident enough, you can just mark it, snap it. So I'm just gonna grab it. And I also find these flat pliers for like jewelry work super well for snapping off super tiny pieces. A little bit more than just my fingers, so. Okay. And I'll take the sanding stick that I made, which is just a piece of sanding paper. Use some like rubber cement on both sides, stick to a tongue depressor or a popsicle stick. I'm sanding up to the pencil, trying to keep the shape that I want. On both sides, just really taking my time. I'm going to have an electric sander soon, and this will be a lot faster, but it also pulls off way more material much faster and can be very dangerous for these small parts. All right, looks pretty good. Just to start with. I also got timers going for the other parts, so those will go off and we'll pull them out and drop some more. It's always good to have multiple projects going at once when it comes to toy making, or molds ready and things like that, so you have time to pour a few things at once, so you're not waiting on each part individually. But there we go. So that's the foot. It looks pretty good. Pretty happy with it. Some other areas here we can take more off. That's just flashing. Not bad. Looks all right. Let's scrape the edges on this real quick, just to pull off any of the bits from sanding. It looks pretty good. I don't like how wide it is, but I gotta remember that this is the leg here. So the heel's gonna be like that. It's gonna fit in there just like that. So I gotta make sure it's perfect the way it is. So there's another thing we can do here. It's another drawing technique, and we've got some tracing paper to show you. Yeah, tracing paper. Okay. So, gotta cut a small piece. I don't need this whole sheet, but cut a small piece and I'll show you what I'm gonna do. Oh, God, that was terrible. All right, get your tracing paper. And we're gonna just kind of match the foot. I'll try not to press too much on there because it'll move around a lot. So just a general kind of shape and size. Doesn't need to be perfect. All right, that's the general top of the foot. We got the bottom of the foot here. We're gonna cut a piece out of styrene as well. So got a piece of styrene plastic, any kind. Clean it off, and we're gonna do the transfer method. This is pretty simple as well. You just kind of take the tracing and re-go over your drawing on the back like this. It'll transfer graphite, and you clean it up. You can also just use regular transfer graphite paper if you have some, or you can just draw it freehand. So you have these 2 points. We're just gonna draw a straight line to. Yeah, there you go. Transfers it. We'll clean it up very quickly, keeping all the curves and angles. And again, we're making a part that will become a mold that will then be cast in resin, and that will be sculpted on to make the new master component. Definitely tedious, but this allows me a lot more control and customization down the road. So it's not on the final sculpture, and I can try a few different face designs out and other versions. And if I want to expand a character to have other emotions and stuff like that, I have just the base parts, and I just do what I need to do. It's okay to also cut like a little outside of your design, because you can just sand it back and get it where you want. I'm putting a little bit more force on this one just to get a cleaner snap on some of these points. Just got the pliers, back and forth. These do work so well for this. That's absolutely amazing on these tiny parts. I do highly recommend using these for this sort of thing. All right, so we have this section here. I'm gonna grab the ruler. I forgot to draw that straight line again. So we'll go from the point to the other point, the heel. I'm just gonna mark it and snap it off. And then if I decide I need to get more height, we'll just layer it up. All right, not terrible. Took a little too much off, but that's fine. A little on the top. So sand that flat. You can also use like files and like standard sanding sticks. You don't need to make your own. I just make a lot of my own tools if I don't have what I need.
Hi.
You okay, buddy? Tired?
Fucking steps.
All right, so we got the piece cut out, and basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna put it right in the center here, and we're gonna glue it down. And I'm gonna use epoxy sculpt and fill in these areas and form that the best I can to get the shape of the foot that I want. And then we're gonna press down a little flat section for the leg to go into. So Might actually chop the back off a little bit, like a little notch out of it, so they line up perfectly, and it only goes down to this halfway point. So mark that again, halfway across that. And this is angled, so I know I need it to be straight up for this design. I'm just going to do what I can to kind of leave it nice and square. So line these parts up like that. Let me get it generally figured out. Okay. Oop. Okay, so I've marked in there. We're going to cut that little notch out after I make a second version of this, just in case I don't like that. My piece of styrene.
Is that like video in Instagram or in YouTube?
This is on YouTube.
When you finish each record, like they stay in your channel?
Yep. Hopefully. I mean, it's a long one, and it's uploading from my phone. Hopefully, it's a long one. We've been at it for 209 minutes, so quite a long time. But I haven't done a live stream in a really long time, and they used to be pretty active. It does help with the watch time, so every person watching counts as like individual watch time. So every minute a person watches, it counts like towards it. So if I have 3 people watching like I do right now, sorry, I'm explaining the YouTube thing to my East guys. It's like 3 people watching. If 3 people watch for an hour, that counts as 3 hours, kind of thing, which is kind of cool actually. All right, now this here, with a thinner styrene like this, the really thin stuff, you can cut with scissors if you're not confident with your ability to use an X-Acto knife. Just marking out the corner slowly. That's the corner cut out. It's kind of not exactly straight, so we'll use the sanding block or the file. I'm actually going to angle it out and down a little bit just to get a nice fit. So we got our component. When it's straight, it'll fit in there just like that, like a shoe. So we'll fill that with epoxy. We'll go around it, and it'll be just like a shoe. And now we're going to use some corners, some corner rounds, if I have any. Definitely do. I just got to see where I threw them. Those are regular rounds. I have some 90-degree angle pieces that work well for what we're about to do. But if you don't have those, you can use all the scrap that you have kicking around. All the pieces of plastic you cut, always save it because you can always use it for something, which is kind of nice. Yeah, that's one of the original foot sketches there. A little big, but kind of wide like that. I can't find what I'm looking for though. So we're gonna make our own 90-degree rounds. Oh, here we go. We use these two. So these little square pieces work really well. Just gonna notch it. And these are gonna get covered in epoxy sculpt, so they don't need to be like the perfect length or anything. They just need to fit enough and hold down enough. All right. have your super glue and the parts that you're putting together. Which I think I just lost that part. I do this a lot where I like lose the component I just needed and it's the tiniest part ever. Okay. Okay. Oh, here it is, right in front of my face. Okay, so we're gonna bond these together now, and we're just gonna use like a drop of glue. So just put it on the end here. Use like a drop of glue, line it up towards the center. You can do a center line with a pencil, but again, the pencil will like get dissolved because of the glue. So just keep that in mind if you're doing a section that you need to keep clean. It also does it to marker, so we got the little groove right there. Looks pretty good. I'm just gonna use a straight edge to mark the groove a little bit more with a knife. We're gonna kind of like crease it in there, if that makes sense. Grab my knife, score it a little bit, and we're just gonna keep doing that and kind of get a little groove in there for the part to fit too. I'll take the blade and turn it on its side. Kind of get that channel opened up a little bit more. You can also use the corner of a file, which is a great option, or like a Dremel tool or something like that.
Now makes sense. You were drinking Monster, motherfucker.
What?
You are drinking Monster tonight.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
I just grabbed one actually. I'm feeling tired. I got two files here. So I got a groove file. So it's like a triangular file, 3 sides. Got a little pointed edge. And then I'm going to go inside the groove and just file it a little bit.
Do we have more Monster or we don't?
We do. We got more in there if you need one.
Good. Then I look like I need it, no?
You do need one, yeah. Does look like it. All right, so I'm sanding the groove in here now. So it actually makes a nice little groove, and our part's going to fit in there nicely. This one here that's cut. We have our glue. We have our other components. Little bits of square here. Just going to sand them down a little bit more so they're nice and flat. These have a slight bit of sanding. This is like an old used part for something else. All right, this glue is very thin, so we're just going to dab a little bit in the groove. Close it all the way. I'm really good at knocking this stuff over. And line up our part. Look at it as straight as you can. And that looks pretty good, so that's looking pretty good. And our parts are also ready to demold in a minute, but we're gonna finish this up. So these plastic parts that I cut, they don't need to be exactly the same size, they're just supports. When I go to sand this after, I put some foam or some epoxy sculpt on there. I think I'm gonna use epoxy sculpt just to show you guys that, and I like the result of it, but this part will be done for 4 hours after that. So we'll move on to the next steps of making the molds and pouring those for tonight, and then I think that'll be it, but that's still quite a bit of work, so there's some time. Okay, so we have the basic form ready to go, and we're going to add some epoxy sculpt on top of this. this is all drying now, but you can see I have this standing up perfectly. So it looks pretty good. We got the edges here. If we want to make some other decisions and calls, we can do that. We have this part here. It's like slightly angled, but when these sit in straight, it'll work perfectly. So we're gonna grab our part. We're gonna demold it and see how the part comes out and how well the mold came out. Okay, so you can see inside here, the resin's cures to like a bright white. We could cut down this, but we got the last one out needing to do that, so I think we can get this one out too. Just gotta free it up on the sides. Oh yeah, we just cast this as like a tool, so it's not like 100% perfect. It's just a tool to get consistency across the board to make more parts. We're gonna make a lot of similar characters that have similar features, like their arms and legs and hands are the same size and all that. It's good to do stuff like this. And when you have it ready to go, you don't need to worry about it. So these are still a little green because they just finished kicking off. So there's like a little bit of tackiness. They're still kind of soft. If you want to do any cutting, this is a good time to do it with a sharp blade. So we have that little edge there we got to cut off, and we're going to do that right now. So it's rounded. We're just going to grab a sharp blade and just roll it softly while it's still kind of green. That means that this could have a couple more minutes to cure basically, but not the end of the world if you want to chop it right now. So when the resin's soft like this, you can actually mess it up a little bit by rolling it too hard or not cutting it straight or whatever, but it cuts through a lot softer, like butter almost. Pretty good. I like using the like a chisel for woodworking, and I have a mallet for this. Did I move the chisel? Must have. Well, I can't find the chisel that I normally use.
What is it, too short?
It's got like a yellow handle on it with a metal backing. I use it to, it's got like a flat blade. And you go, and it cuts right through stuff. Very nicely, but I can't find it right now. All right, we'll use another tool. All right, we're gonna use the hacksaw instead. Actually, you know what? That's overkill. We're gonna use the actual handsaw. All right, so we're gonna cut the end off essentially. Sorry that it takes so long to figure out. I can't find the tool I need. So you got that bit off there. Still looks pretty round. It's still kind of green, so we're just gonna roll it flat on the table just in case. And then we're gonna sand off all the flashing bits, or kind of the lip from being cut. Okay, we're gonna check how square this is. On the cut side, not perfectly square, but not terrible either. We're gonna make it square. And I'm just gonna grab a pencil, kind of mark it around, and we'll see where it's not square. See how by how much. All right. So you can kind of see there where the pencil mark is, probably, hopefully. That I can use actually to go all the way around the part. And it's barely like not square, so that's pretty good. This is something the electric sander would be great at because I can literally just place it where I need it to go and follow the line, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be exactly perfect for our purposes tonight. We just need it to kind of fit in here pretty good. And I think that it does. It fits pretty well. There you go, that's not bad. The leg is straight. And it looks pretty good. Still kind of green on this part though, so it needs about like another 20 minutes to fully cure, maybe up to an hour. But that's good enough for now. It's also time to flip and rotate the pieces for primer. So we'll do that.
I think the archer wasn't in good condition.
You okay? All right. Mais is making mistakes. Don't eat old Lunchables that haven't been refrigerated for who knows how long. Just 2 weeks? I don't know, man. That thing's looking old. Even though it looks like space food, it's not. I know it is. Oh man, I hope we make it. Okay. Just running low on primer. Okay, so those are gonna dry. Just move. Say hi to my say hi to my niece. There we go. Oh shit. Okay, we got it to 16 likes. Awesome, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. Getting close to 20. All right, that's gonna go off for a few minutes. I'm gonna actually turn the fan off. 'Cause it's annoying. Okay. So we're gonna use epoxy sculpt next. This stuff is kind of messy. You want to use gloves for it. As my ace would say, so picky, but safety first. Right, my ace?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm safety.
Yeah, you're Captain Safety over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got parts A and B. This is some old stuff right here. So it's kind of kicked a little bit. It's like yellowing. It's kind of gross. And the part B and the part A is like this gray color. We're gonna mix up a little bit of this part A and B. You knead it together for a couple minutes, and then we'll start sculpting. We'll use water to smooth it out. So grab a little chunk of A. A little tiny bit. Doesn't require a lot. This is probably even more than I need, but just get like a little ball of it. There we go. Boom. Just like that. We want to get the same amount in part B. I want it to be as close in size as possible. Looks like we need a little bit more of B. The yellowing doesn't seem to cause too much of an issue, and because we're using this just to make a form, I'm not as worried about it. But you can see underneath the yellow, it's fine. So if you're super worried about it, you can actually just like cut it out and cut it off. But that's just like a little bit of cross contamination that can happen inside. If it's super hard and you can't get it to move, then it probably won't work. But this is still really pliable and soft, so that's fine. You want to keep kneading it together and mixing it so it's got a uniform color. I do that with gloves until it's to like a certain point of firmness and not sticky. Yeah, Milliput, I have some of it. I've only used it a few times, but usually that's an indicator that it's had some contamination with the other component. But I've had decent luck with it. If it's for like a sculpture, maybe not. But for our purposes, what we're doing tonight, it's perfect. Okay. Got this here. Is ready to go. It's also good to like get the dust out of the way when you're working with this stuff. Still kind of like in the stickier phase, so I'm just trying to get rid of that. It does get warm because it's like thermal reactive, like a normal resin. Okay, you can take the gloves off. If you're gonna use like a lot of water, you might have better luck with the gloves. I'm just doing this to get the basic form. And I'll make a tool to get the angle. I'll show you how I do that. So you get basically what I need, and I go down the center and just knead it down to the bottom. Just trying to build up the base, and I'll slowly build up more with tools over time. So just filling it in, taking my time to get the height right and the angles right. I'm just trying to stay within this form. So I'll take another piece of styrene or like a flat metal object or really anything. I'll get it wet so it doesn't stick. Just like wet enough, like a little bit, and go on the outside like this, and periodically kind of do this to make sure it's pressed all the way on the inside. And I'll start building up super small pieces until I get it where I want it to be. Just keep building it out and fleshing it out, because we're going to do a lot of sanding once this actually hardens and dries. But we want to get as much of that taken care of before then, so we're not sanding as much, because this stuff is super hard to sand and get like clean and all that. So you want to reduce the amount of work you have to do for yourself whenever you can. Alright, that looks pretty good for just a start. We're going to let this sit for like a minute and just kind of slowly work it with tools in our hands. But we want to get enough material on there because we're going to sand quite a bit off to get it how we want it. And to smooth it out and all that. This part too that wasn't perfectly level, we can try to level it if we want to. So we can use the same stuff for that. We just kind of get it on there. Get like a pretty big glob that's going to hang off. This is also a good time if we're going to do like a peg design. We'll probably want to do it for this one, but I will kind of talk about it a little bit. If you wanted to do like a peg design, a square hole peg for the part to fit onto the toy later, this is a good time to put that on there with some glue or the epoxy. So we're just going to press it down as hard as we can against a perfectly square object, so that stays straight. And then we're going to grab like a laser or something thin to get underneath there. Cut that shit off and then twist it a little bit. There we go. We got that pretty much good to go. Definitely makes too much epoxy sculpt that happens, so we'll make some other stuff with it. I'm just going to cut it up along the part. Double check how level it actually is. It doesn't look like it leveled it enough. So we'll just keep repeating it until it's level. Yeah, it can be definitely add some more to it on the bottom. It's just like a lot of back and forth stuff. Okay, so that actually does look level now. We'll do the same thing, just run the blade up along it, trimming off a little bit at a time of the excess that's squeezed out. Okay. You dropping resin?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have any extra, you want to pour some in this?
I don't know if I will have extra because I use D1.
Okay.
start, I'll let you know.
Thanks, buddy. All right, so that looks pretty good. We're gonna use some water, a little bit, clean water, go around the edge here, and just kind of wipe it around. It just helps smooth this stuff out. Barely putting any pressure on it because it's still pretty green, kind of soft. Now we have a perfectly level part and component. It looks great. So it's level on one side, angle on the other. Not a big deal. Could level up both sides, but I'm not worried about it. I actually want one of them angled to fit on the toy. This is still kind of green. We're just gonna throw a little bit of water and try to smooth some stuff out on it. Another thing you can do with the epoxy sculpt, which I think is kind of cool, I've seen some people do, is you can actually stencil it on with like a form, like a piece of plastic, and push it on, let it bond a little bit, and then you basically take like a palm sander, like you put some water between it first, like so you make like a shape, like this was a shape, and you wanted to make this exact shape on an object. You put this down, and you get it wet, kind of damp, put the putty on there, push it on there, push it around, get it wet, and then you actually like scrape it off and slowly peel this off, and it like makes this shape pretty close, almost to exactly as the form is. It's kind of cool. All right. The reason I put the piece of plastic in the center that's like the true size is because when we sand this, we'll know when we have the exact size we need.
You have a little.
That'll actually be perfect.
Full?
Just need, you know, you got it exactly where it needs to be. A little bit more than the line. All right, so we're still waiting on this one. We're gonna make another foot similar to this, but this is gonna have to be cured a little bit more before I can really work on it, and stuff is still too soft. So we'll take the epoxy sculpt. We're gonna start making the arms, which I think that's another good component to work on. So we're gonna open up the drawing again. Okay. So the arms are a little bit smaller than the legs. We have the form that we used to make the legs. It's a little bit smaller than this. So the inside, the part I was telling you about before, which is a little bit smaller, we actually might be able to use this instead for this part as a basic form for most of it. And we'll sculpt the hands on there. So we're going to sculpt sleeves. The reason we're sculpting sleeves and arms that are symmetrical, I'll show you why. So we only have to make one part and make it perfect, and then cast it twice, make new molds. Okay. So this is the part right here that we're gonna actually sculpt and use some of this epoxy sculpt. We're gonna make a hard part component for the arm, and we're gonna cut this off and taper it and get the shape pretty close. It's not terrible. Not perfect, but it's pretty close. The width is good. The width is almost perfect. So we'll take some epoxy and we'll just fit it into these grooves up here, and just we'll make this nice and round, like a little peg part. And just overstuff it. Looks pretty good. Got it all in there. Still a little too green to be using water, so we're just going to use a hard piece of styrene and just go along and press it in. And we'll take another piece and try to remove some of the stuff on the top. We cut it up. So all the stuff that's up here that's squished over, we're going to cut it off or out. And we're going to make a peg part. There's a few ways you can do this. I like using squares, but sometimes it's nice to use round if you want to be able to articulate it a little bit better. So we're going to use a round one. Use these flush cuts, or nippers as they're called, and remove this piece here. Alright, this is going to be a hard component to sand flat, so I'm going to just grab a Dremel sanding bit real quick and just sand it. All right, so I'm just going to goose it a little bit with some sandpaper on the Dremel. That's nice and flat, or flat enough. I think I lost everybody. All right. All right, so we got that part. And we're gonna grab some round dowel parts or some square ones. And probably the round ones, a little bit thicker. Did you have some plastic rod over there? Did I see with these guys?
What?
Is it wide? Is it this one? No, it's the same size. All right, here you go, buddy. Thank you. Okay. We have the styrene rod right here. We're gonna make a little peg for it. I'm gonna make it kind of small, so it's not too big, not too small. This stuff you can cut a ton of different ways. What part was that? I don't remember what that time was for. Probably more sanding. So you can cut it straight off with nippers. You can use a razor blade and score it. You can put it in a miter box and cut it. That's what we're gonna do. Wherever I put the miter box, here it is. So the miter box has little grooves in there. And you can line this up to the appropriate size groove, and it'll hold it in place really well. So we're gonna do that. We're just kind of gonna eyeball about like a quarter, maybe a quarter of an inch, a little bit more, and we're just gonna cut it. So this miter box blade is too short. We'll cut a few of these in different sizes and see which one we like. Okay. That is one. It's like pretty straight. So yeah, the idea is to figure out how long the peg's going to be. That seems pretty good. It's a little long. Probably go a little bit shorter than that. So we'll cut another piece off. It's a little bit shorter. Use the factory cut edge too because it's perfectly square. Okay, this one seems a bit more appropriate for size. Yeah, this looks good. So a little bit smaller, pretty good. All right, we have our component here that's looking pretty decent. We're gonna center this up with the X that we cut off. We can still kind of see the little support structure. That looks really good, actually. Doing our best to center it. We're gonna drop a drop of glue, and then we're gonna get a piece to fit in the center, and then fill it with epoxy sculpt. So drop of glue. More just to be safe. There we go. So we'll let that sit for a second while that bonds. And we'll just put a little bit of downward pressure, just keeping it as straight as we can. That looks. Oops, see, that's we want to be careful because it's stuck to your hand. All right, downward pressure with some metal so it won't stick. Right, that's on there bonded. We'll grab some of the epoxy sculpt and we'll fill that in too. Now the epoxy sculpt's finally starting to get a little bit firmer, so it's a little bit easier to work with. I'm just jamming this as full as I can so there's no voids or gaps. And take the razor. All right, deeper the edge, filled that gap. Looking pretty good. And we're just gonna add a little bit more, I think, just to level it out. Or I can wait till this hardens and then I'll add styrene on it and level it out that way. So that's how you make a peg. Or alternatively, you can take your styrene and glue styrene to the flat side ton of stuff you can do. They also make styrene rod that you can fit in and do it that way, but there's a lot of slop in that, in my opinion. All right, so we got that part of the component done. We're gonna grab the tracing paper again, and we're gonna do an outline of the arm in 2 spots, and we'll make flat templates for that as well. And then I'm gonna rotate those parts one more time for primer. And we'll tape those out, do a final sanding, and then we'll make molds, and we'll see where we're at. So I'm gonna probably change the arm design on this. Now that I'm looking at it, I don't really like the way the fingers are. That's one arm. That's kind of rough. I'm gonna flatten this. Be a little bit easier. Okay. So we got the basic arm template figured out. It's pretty good. But see how I made it pretty consistent on both sides? We're gonna probably move the thumb so it's not sticking inward. All right, dropped a part in the spray booth, covered it in dust. All right, well, I just dropped the part in some dust in the spray booth, if anyone's still watching. So that sucks, but Just gotta wait for it to dry and sand it off. So, not too bad. And just test out the skull mold for what we poured before. Came out pretty good. I'll probably use this for like another sculpture piece. This is kind of fun.
Come on, nice.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll give it to my mate. Bubblegum Hams. Bubblegum Ham. That's your new nickname. Maybe I'll give it to Pino. Maybe I make it. Maybe I make it. Do we have gloves here?
Okay.
We need to do the thing for the morning. Tomorrow in the morning.
We can go right after this.
So we can do.
All right, I might end the stream in a little bit if you want to get out. I might end the stream in a little bit if you want to get out of here.
You what?
I can end the stream in a little bit if you want to get out of here.
Well, it's been late.
Yeah. I don't even know what time it is. My phone's been plugged in this whole freaking time.
Hmm?
I don't even know what time it is.
Oh, it is 2:40.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Holy crap. All right. Yeah, I'd say that's calling the time. All right, guys. 240 over here. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, 240 here as well. I think I might call it kind of soon. Probably like now.
We can keep going. Now I'm mixing this.
Okay, he's mixing. All right, we're gonna keep going then. We're gonna keep going. I lied. All right, well that's going. I'm waiting for things to dry off. I just dropped a part in the spray booth, which sucks. I don't know if is this still working on YouTube. All right, you're gonna keep watching that. Sweet. All right, thanks, man. YouTube's not showing me any views, so they're probably gonna get mad that I've had this video going for so long. That's all right. We're gonna just keep going. Just taking a mental breather, but I have a bunch of leftover epoxy sculpt that I don't want to go to waste. So we're gonna use it to sculpt on top of this skull real quick, while it's still kind of warm. And I have a foot from one of my toys, which I'm gonna turn into a stamp. We're gonna actually get the one that says Wolf Pits, and I'm gonna cast this for other toys. These two, so we can use them for other figures. Just making all sorts of random parts for future projects. I got the stuff out. The planchette dropped with some dust, so I gotta literally wait for that to dry completely, sand that off, and then hit it one last time in primer, which we're almost out of. It's been a rough night. Gonna hit this with heat. Be right back. I don't know why it's saying 0 viewers. I don't know why it's saying 0 viewers. Someone's still like commenting on stuff, but it says 0 views. Weird.
Maybe because he's zero watching right now.
Well, someone was like literally just commenting on videos like a second ago. On the video a second ago. Okay, just heating up this part. So this will actually make it a lot easier to tear off this whole section with some pliers. Come on. Can also use solvents, but where's the fun in that? You mixing? Wait, what were you mixing? Silicone?
No.
Oh. Come on. Trying not to tear this up too much. I might 3D print these in the future, but just wanted to make sure that I have a version with a logo in it that I don't have to do too much work for. That is not the case with this one, apparently. There we go. All right. Trim off the excess. It's not like the cleanest pull, but it'll do. And these I could just fill with all sorts of epoxy sculpt or resin or whatever. All the excess. So we'll do that. Speed it up, put it in there. I'll also add some of the skull. All right, so this is like the texture I like this to be when I'm working with it. So I think we can move on to the shoe and the arm actually now, because this is a good consistency. Okay. Foot, no, it's a little soft. Let's do the arm. Okay, so for the arm components here, front, back, and side, we're gonna cut these out of styrene and make a form, and then we're gonna attach them to this part here. We'll trim off this bottom part. We don't need this. So we're just gonna make flat sections and some 3D sections again, if that makes sense, using these two pieces in the center, and they're going to become like the component. So we have the main piece we need with a peg. Looks pretty good. This will allow us to turn it and whatnot in the future. And we're going to do the same transfer method on some styrene. Some bigger styrene. That'll work. And I'm going to actually do the sleeve components separately really fast. I want this to fit. So sometimes when you're designing a figure and you think you have it figured out and you decide to do like a multi-component piece, you're going to run into like an articulation problem. So this part that I'm making is going to have an articulation problem. It's just what's going to happen with it. It's fine. We'll just be able to use it as a peg instead, so it won't really be too big of a deal for us, but something to consider. There's points in here that won't be able to turn with the pegs that we designed. So we gotta be able to make it fit. And you see here, this piece is too wide for that. So it's not too wide for this, too wide for that width. So we either gotta fatten this up, which I might do, or make this smaller. All right. All right. 1.5 figured out. Okay, so we have the wide part of the arm, the small part of the arm. Basically, will sit like that together, and that'll be the piece. We make it a little bit wider because we need it to fit to this. So basically, we're gonna remove this column here on one side, and probably this one as well. Just kind of trim this off. The crack probably nice and easy. In a couple spots. Oh, that did not work the way I wanted to. That's all right. So the plastic inside here is much different than the outer plastic. And that's just cracked. So we got one side down. I'm gonna file this down and re-glue the part I just broke. Because I need this for a base. Alright, glue that. Hold it for a few seconds. That will bond actually pretty well. Nope, did not bond well at all. I just broke it even more. God damn it. Alright. Sometimes that happens and you just gotta start over. So that broke off. We're gonna just get rid of this part here completely. God, everything's breaking. Why are you doing this? Alright, well, that did work. Still got super glue over there?
Yeah.
I see it. Alright, regular super glue. Nope. What? Not that much. Alright. We stick this on, real super glue this time. Using a little paper towel, gonna get that out. All right, that's already like a much stronger bond. So if you have the option, use the use the regular super glue, not the plastic bond on this type of material apparently. So let's stand this flat again. Having a good time now. I think he was breaking. All right. I'll let that sit. Great.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah, look good. All right, guys, I'm going to call it quits on the video. Thanks for watching.